Alright. Through the gate.
There must be a nest of mine crawlers here somewhere.
The whole bloody mountain is just one big crawler nest.
Why have you closed this shaft?
It didn't matter how many crawlers we killed. More and more just kept coming out.
Sounds like there must be a nest somewhere near. Let me open the gate.
No, this gate can only be opened with Ian's permission. Nothing will be done before.
Hey, Ashgan, you may open the gate now.
I've already told you, only if Ian...
Ashgan, everything's going to be fine. And best regards from Ian.
Well then, if Ian is responsible for this, but only under one condition.
What condition is that?
Just get me 2 or 3 Templars for support. I don't want to be here on my own when the crawlers come out of the shaft.
Okay. Sure. I can work with that. Hello, Dakota. Hello, Dark Day. Dark Day, you never put your bits the other day towards anything. Or if you did, I never saw it. So I'm afraid there's going to be some consequences for that. I tested an hour. Quick, stop watching the stream immediately. Okay, whew, we're safe, we're safe.
I know where the crawler's nest is. I'm going there to get something for Kalam, so he can brew a stronger potion.
Then you'll need my blade. I'll join you.
Good. We'll meet at the big passage.
Let me pass.
You might have, Dark Day, but I just missed it.
What's up?
Listen, do you really need to accost everybody here?
No, you didn't have a name, so I guess not.
I need your help. I'm looking for secretion for Kalam, and I know where the crawler's nest is. Will you be there when the passage is opened?
When fighting crawlers, it often costs a lot of blood. If you bring me a healing potion, you can count me in.
I got one.
Here, maybe that'll help.
Thanks. You can count on me. We'll meet down below with Ascan.
I'll be there.
Cool.
Let me pass.
Working on it. Alright, let's see. I mean, the faction that's being backed by the outside would win Triaxia, the old camp, 100%. They functionally already did win. Like, they've got the troops, they've got the gear, they've got the fortress. The other two guys have a camp and a swamp. There's no contest. Whoops. No. Yeah. Yeah, New Camp is producing rice, which is useful, but I mean, it's rice. And the Swamp Camp is making drugs, which, again, ditto, but that's it.
Shit! Run!
Well, the specific question, Loner, was, if nothing changed, who do I think would win, eventually? Okay, Planescape Torment, I can do that. FF13, I can do that too. Dealer's Choice, I don't know how to do that. Thank you, Dark Day. Sorry for missing it. I suppose if the big boom is real, that may or may not actually accomplish anything. Like, get a bunch of ore together and explode it. Yeah, the only thing that would probably happen then is that everybody dies. So that's probably the outcome there, is everyone dies. The end.
I need your help. I'm looking for secretion for Kalam, and I think I know where the crawler's nest is. If we open the passage, will you be there as well?
The crawler's nest. Finally, my sword is at your service. Let me pass.
It's also worth noting the three camps aren't exactly in a state of warfare here. There's actually a lot of trade going on between them, too. Probably because one of them has rice, one of them has drugs, and the other one has everything else. Apparently there's a common bug here. I should probably ding the game for bugs. There's been quite a few, and we've only run into a couple, but... And yeah, they're quite literally not capable of feeding themselves. Not fully. There's a reason food is one of the major imports they take. Food, alcohol... I forget what else. They've even told us. I can't remember right now. I feel like the answer to this is yes, but I don't remember off the top of my head how long this has been like this. That's right, bread was one of them, yeah. And weapons. Like real weapons, not the locally sourced crap we got in here. No, I think it's only been a minute or three. Like 2 years, 3 years, the most. Something like that. That's at least the impression it gives. Okay, so this is going to be our backup save. Oh, that's right, he did mention 10 years. You could say he has tenure here. Sorry. Man, this game is the best game ever made, Ruthless Tim. Anybody who tells you otherwise is clearly just some pedantic loser who doesn't appreciate it.
All preparations have been made. The gate can now be opened.
Okay then. Open the shaft now. We'll let the show begin. Let me pass.
Okay. While we're here. Oh, it's 4. Okay, so, looks like we may have run into the bug. Hang on, let's see if we can force this to work ourselves. Okay, we're good. Okay. Fun place. We have given a humor positive. I think we've given more than one. Look, I'll be real. There are some good elements to this game. I have found plenty of positives on both axes. This game's rough. Really, really rough. You ever play a game where once you get used to it, you can kind of enjoy it? Some people use that as a way to diminish negatives. They say, well, you can't give a negative for a game if you can eventually get used to the terrible interface. Which the answer is, no, that's not how that works. If a game requires you to constantly have this sort of search-replace thing going on in your head, just to be capable of playing the game. Yeah, this is actually hard to see. And something is wrong somewhere. We may still put up with it. It may still be worth it, especially to you. We've talked many, many times about games being unique or interesting or scratching a particular itch. Like I mentioned earlier, that this game starts you down. You start down in the dirt, and by golly, you stay there. And that's pretty rare for an RPG, and I have to admit, I do appreciate that. Absolutely. I like being some random dude with an axe who has crawled his way up from more or less literally nothing. Yeah, exactly, Savia. That's a good way to put that. Like, there is such a thing as scent blindness in real life. And I firmly believe that there is such a thing as gameplay blindness, where we just kind of stop noticing the flaws in a game because we just kind of get used to them. We're used to them at a certain point. All I have to do is do this, this, that, and that, right? Speaking of, thank you for reminding me, I probably should go ahead and heal really quick. I mean, I would say we're not even at what you would normally call an adventurer level in most games. We might be at the level of an adventure by the end of this game. Maybe. I'm not even sure about that, honestly. Yeah, I could see us being like a level 1 D&D character, but that's still... In most D&D settings, most... Like the ridiculous majority of adventurers never get past level 1. They either die or quit, right? Like, they never get over that first hurdle. That's in lore. That's in story. And that's my point, though. So... Yeah, no, we are probably a level 1 adventurer, if you could even call it that, and we're not there yet, but, you know, we're better than we were. It's all gradient, you know. This red stuff, this is a good sign. This is what I want to see, is red stuff in my life. Oh, hello. Come on. Come on. That's true. We actually have AC. We have armor at all. And that may sound like I'm making fun, but no, like, in quite a few settings, and arguably in real life, having armor at all was a thing. And it certainly is in this game. And that's kind of my point. That's what I'm getting at, is this game does a good job of making it feel like these tiny, microscopic improvements to things that you would barely even notice in most other games are a big deal. It is something I've given a positive for on the story and the gameplay axis, because I do think it does that well. Holy crap. Okay, that's why we saved. I don't think I was even attacking or doing damage. Here we go. There we go. I just had to be further away. I guess we can just outrange her. I can accept that. Yeah, every level is meaningful. Every additional armor tick is meaningful. Every additional strength up is meaningful. One of the first things we did, way back at the beginning, is we... Zigs. We raised our strength by, I think it was 5. And that was a noticeable intake in overall power output. Now, based on what I've read, now I can tell you that all that did was increase our damage output by 5 a swing. But 5 a swing was noticeable. When we got our first piece of armor, the one we had before this piece, all of a sudden we could take multiple hits from enemies that were previously one-shotting us. And again, that's a big deal. That allows us a chance to do something other than just getting run over instantly. AJ Palmer, that was the Queen. Emphasis on was. So yeah, sorry. Long roundabout way of saying that I actually think that what this game is trying for, it does succeed at, and I will give it credit for that. I still hate playing this game, to be honest with you. But at least we're out of chapter 1, which from what I understand is the chapter that, like, it was not for me, is how I'm going to phrase that. I'm just curious of something. Oh, that is such a pittance of light. Look at that. Is that the exit? I think that's the exit. Yeah, here we go. Honestly, this game is performing better than I thought it would. Think of that what you will. Okay, Queen's dead. Is there anything we need to do before we leave? Hang on. We grab the eggs. Okay. So let's head back to New Camp. I want to see about getting promoted anyways. So maybe I can do that now. So now we'll walk for like 5 minutes. So this is a good time for chatting. So how about them sports teams? I will also say, yeah, no kidding, Twitter. Chiquita himself mentioned earlier that the graphics aren't actually all that bad and are pretty passable. I actually agree, to my great shock. I don't think they look good. The colored brown is a little bit overdone. But I have yet to run into a situation where I can't tell what I'm looking at. And if that sounds like low bar, let me remind you that I have played plenty of games where I have had trouble telling what I'm looking at. This is the wrong way. And considering this is a 2001 game, effectively unmodded. And reminder, I'm playing in 720p, so this is my window up here. I still can tell what I'm looking at. The 2001 had crap graphics, I'm sorry. I've said this before, I'll say this again. The early PS2 era, because that's where this is, had a lot of really bad graphics. So I've talked about this. This is a good topic. The first 3D games were kind of rough, but pretty quickly a lot of developers realized that they needed to go with less realistic and more stylized to make 3D work. The simplest example I like to give is I personally think Final Fantasy VII actually looks better than Final Fantasy VIII. The reason why is FF7 is a bunch of colored polygons that's designed to, emulate, be interpreted into a thing. Whereas FF8, they were trying to just show what it actually looked like and failing, right? The terrible, terrible low-res textures, I should be saving like every too often. The terrible low-res textures and the terrible, janky, awkward pixelization just made FF8 look, in my opinion, worse. There are a couple of exceptions to that, but you get my overall point, right? The thing is, all of 3D games kind of went through the same general problem. Yeah, FFT and actually Breath of Fire 3, while we're on the subject, are two examples of games where the graphics aren't what you'd call good, but you can always tell what you're looking at. And yeah, Warcraft 3 was heavily stylized as well, even though it actually was after this, but it's the same concept. But in the late PS1, early PS2 era, there was this period where people started figuring out how to load more textures and larger textures, and graphics actually dipped in overall quality just across the board, across all of gaming for a while there, because they stopped using stylized techniques to show things, and they tried to just go ahead and show things. And they couldn't yet. And so you run into games which, in my honest opinion, just look demonstrably worse than games before them, even 3D games before them. Now, eventually, the late PS2 and the PS3 era would come along, and we'd get to the point where you could actually showcase stuff, and blah, 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 blah. But you get the overall idea. Come on. The point I'm trying to get at is this game, 2001, was pretty much right in the middle of that dip of graphic quality. So this actually looks impressive for the time, and if Falkenstein was here, he'd be spinning in his grave. to hear me say that, but I stand by it. This game looks really good for the time. I'm actually struggling to think of other 3D games, excuse me, from this era that I think actually look good. Oh.
Same old story every time.
I don't remember having any issues with the graphics of Seek and Destroy. They were very simple and functional, and wonderfully stylized. As the giant chainsaw coming out of my turret indicated. What's the issue here? Oh god, I'm actually not sure how to go from this angle. This way, maybe? No, this looks like a dead end. Okay, it has to be the other way then. Alright. Whatever. That was late 2002. Okay, I couldn't remember. I was thinking about it. It would be interesting to see just how many games we've covered in any given year at this point. It would be boring and slow work, and I've just took a dark, so that would have been the time to do it. But it would be interesting to notate which years have the most representation, because I have a weird feeling that we've covered a lot of games from 2002 at this point. Oh, dude, that would be awesome, Blade of all. A modern take on Seek and Destroy would be fantastic. Polish up the controls a little bit, because there were some rough edges there. Smooth over some of the missions, because some of those missions sucked. Yeah. Just do some little quality of life changes otherwise. For the record, if you ever played Seek and Destroy, I recommend it. It's a PS2 game where you play as a tank, because everyone is a tank. Shoot. There we go. Yeah, have you ever seen Cars, the Pixar film? Picture that, but everything's a tank. And yeah, you're not in the tank, you are the tank. That's you. You are a tank. That's the premise. Over here. I remember the final boss. Right, thank you for reminding me. Little voice in my head. I see Cazador, so I immediately reach for F5. And it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, Seek and Destroy is a fun game. I recommend it. It's an insane game, but you know what? Honestly, I think we need more insane games. I mean that. I'm not even joking. There's plenty of wild, crazy, insane game ideas out there that we've made plenty of. But I feel like have been shoved so hard into the indie circle that it's just... You don't see it unless someone knows about it. It's all word of mouth, right? Half the game... The whole reason we have that category on the Lore Walker Game Awards every year of game you've never heard of before the most is because so many of these games, half my viewers have never even heard of. And half these games I haven't even heard of, which is why I vote on that category every year. Because, yeah, modern, weird AAA games. By the way, speaking of wonderful, fun little side games, Maneater. Go look up Maneater. It's a shark PG. No further explanations. Alright, let's see who we're looking for here. Mordrag, who I believe is at the bar. Oh, nice, Mr. Ed. I do love me some carrots. Yeah, the fell shark from hell, which could shoot laser beams out of its mouth.
I heard you've been giving the crawlers in the mine a hard time. Lee should be quite willing to accept you as a mercenary. Just speak to him.
That is exactly what I wanted to do.
Watch your back. May I pass?
You're not walking. I don't know. I feel like the deliberately inaccurate grammar of most game you've never heard of kind of works. Most people I tell about that kind of figure out immediately what it means. Because that's the point, right? The game that is just the most, huh? Because most of you've probably at least heard of Gothic, or maybe like Eurojink or whatever. So like a game like this probably wouldn't qualify. But then I play something like Unique. Well, Unique is actually. I play something like East Shade, and you're like, what the hell is East Shade?
I'm not listening to all the blathering anymore.
Hello?
You should believe everything you hear.
About that sect business,
That's really
What?
not my
I haven't found anything out yet.
Then get on with it.
Don't need to know.
Oh, really? But, okay, whatever.
Show me your goods.
Choose something.
You have to watch what you tell
Oh
me.
my god, it's 12 inches. Alright, let's see.
Same old story.
Worthwhile? Not really. Meh.
People always talk.
Let's talk about
Better
something
not
else
go rushing
instead.
into anything. It was obvious at the
Some people.
Maybe.
I thought that'd have been
That
cleared
won't
up
happen
ages ago.
again.
Hang on.
West of Loathing, that was another one that just came out of nowhere. Now, funnily enough, the stick figure game we played earlier, Henry Stickmin, apparently a lot of you heard of that one, which makes sense. It was one of the old Flash games. And apparently a decent number of you remember the old Flash games. Hang on, where's this map? This wonderful, wonderful map that OCS gave me. I held on to. Oh, there he's 10. He's over there? Oh, I played a ton of Flash games in college. Because I had micro time, right? Like a few minutes before the next class or a few minutes before I had to get to work. So, showing my age a little bit there. Where am I? That was a fun stream. Okay, so this does not seem to conform to reality. Where am I? Okay, hang on. There's the big pit. Yep, okay, okay. Here's this pit. Okay, so I'm where I think I am. So we go up from here. We take a left. Alright. And then we go up. Yes. Yeah, we'll talk to him too.
Do you know where you're heading?
Where?
You're heading straight for Lee, our leader.
Is he your leader?
What do I need to do to make you let me see Lee?
Nothing. This isn't the old camp, and Lee isn't Gomez. He doesn't need an army of henchmen to hide behind. He can defend himself. We are only here in case he needs us.
Cool. Can I go, like, get my armor now, please? I mean, pledge my loyalty to the camp. So, apparently that axe Lee has right there is one of the best weapons in the entire game. The downside is you need to kill Lee to get it. Yeah, I used to do that with Civ 2, Ruthless Tim. But I mean, beat up, kill, it's the same difference. It still, like, nukes my rep with the camp. I'm so tempted. I'm very tempted to just try it and just be like, yeah, but like I need my quests, you know. And I really want my armor. I was just looking at armor. Hang on, no, that's not armor. Yeah, no, this isn't armor either. Here we go, armor. Okay, so this is not the armor I'm looking for. Is it on my phone? I was looking at the armor. Nope. Well, whatever. I know I can get armor from Lee. That's the whole reason I'm here. Just don't know how exactly. So, hey, what's up? Give me armor.
You're the boss of the mercenaries, aren't you?
That's right, boy.
Which task do the mage's mercenaries have?
Very simple. Protect the ore, protect the mages. Sometimes the mages have a special task for one of us.
Okay. Can I get promoted, please? Oh, he's going to bed. Okay.
What's up?
Yeah, hi. Okay, hang on. Not off the top of my head, Loner, but I'm sure there is one. I haven't touched it so much as 1 second since I was playing it earlier, Mr. Red. God willing, I never will again. Oh, you have to be level 10. Okay, that explains the problem I'm having. Right.
Don't try that again.
Damn, I got him to half.
Try that again and you're dead.
I got him to half. Whoops, not that one. Oh god, Jay Palmer. I bet I won't recognize any of them.
Some people never thought that'd have been cleared up ages ago.
So anyways, the whole reason I came here was apparently I could turn in some of these eggs to board drag, but apparently I can't. So that sucks. So I can't get promoted, I can't take the axe, and I can't turn in the egg. So I came here for nothing. Oh, letter. Yes, let's go ahead and turn in the letter. See if we can accomplish something here. The walkthrough. You can return to Cor Callum and give him some eggs. He won't take them all to complete the quest. Additionally, you can report to Raven if you join the old camp, or Mordrag if you join new camp, with eggs in your inventory, and it'll sound like you're being the dog in the manger to the sect camp, not giving them any. Talk about playing both sides of the fence. Say word for word here. I have a letter.
I have a letter for the High Magician of the Circle of Fire.
We are the magicians of the Circle of Water. The magicians of the Circle of Fire live in the old camp.
But I can't get into the castle. Could you help me?
Well, occasionally we send messengers to our brothers in the old camp. But we only entrust these messages to Lara's men. He's been seeing to it for many years now that our messengers arrive safely.
I am now one of Lara's men. Have you got a message for me to take over to the Magicians of Fire?
I do indeed, but you'll need to carry the sign of one of our messengers, else Gomez's men won't let you enter the castle. Here, take the letter and the sign. And now, hurry up.
I'd like to join you.
If you want to join us, you should see Lee or Laris.
I want to acquire...
Do you know where we... Let me pass.
You're the...
That's... Sometimes...
By the way, I recognized 5 games on that list, Chip Palmer. I've played a few of them. I forget how many were on that list, but I recognized 5 of them. On the first page. I don't know if there was, like, any additional pages. Okay. I don't know. Let's see. Were any of these good? Let's see. 50-cent bulletproof? Nope. Track and guard? Nope. The Guy game? Nope. Also illegal. Fahrenheit Indigo Prophecy? Nope. Killer 7? Debatable. And I think that was it. Yeah, those are the ones I recognized. I have not played the Guy game. I hope to God I never play the Guy game. Because the Guy game is literally illegal. Like, criminally illegal. For those of you unaware of that. The Guy game's sole real contribute... How's it illegal? Underage women showing their boobs. The sole positive thing that ever came out of the Guy game was the fact that it gave us Metroid Prime. That is not a joke. How is a bit of a story? Yeah, if you have ever actually played the Guy game, I would strongly recommend you keep that information to yourself. The Metroid Prime connection is actually fairly extensive, and I'm going to explain it when I get to covering Metroid Prime. Sure, the heads are. But what it boils down to is the gentleman who founded Retro Studios was basically bought out from under Retro Studios and went on to found his own company, which then made the Guy game. Pretty much true, Whisper. The whole story of the foundation of Retro, the studio, is actually fascinating, because Dude Face, the aforementioned scumbag, managed to rope together a bunch of money, get the studio founded, and didn't hire any software developers or engineers or coders or art design teams or anyone, really. He hired his friends and family and neighbors and just people. More or less literally picking people up off the street and saying, hey, you want to make a video game? Not nepotism so much as lack of anythingism. Like, it was the most lackadaisical approach to hiring people. Now, through a series of circumstances I'm not going to bore you with, these people managed to land a deal with Nintendo. And they were like, yeah, let's go ahead and put together a game. They were pitching several games. I don't remember what any of them are called. Again, I'll look this all up when it comes to the Metroid Prime one. Only one of those games actually caught Nintendo's eye, and they said, why don't you adapt this to Metroid? And so they were like, cool, sure, we'll do that. And the Retro people, this is going to sound funny, but it actually makes perfect sense when you think about it for a second. The people working there were like, dude, we got it. We're making a Nintendo game. And they tried. Metroid Prime 1 has flaws, but you can. It's definitely one of those passion projects, because you can really tell, even if you didn't know, and I didn't just tell you, that those people gave a hell of a damn about putting out the best game they possibly could. And they learned. They learned about game development, design, and products, and software flow and testing, all kinds of stuff. And they worked as hard as they could to make the best game that they possibly could. Now, you're probably thinking, well, hang on. But that doesn't sound like that directly leads to it. Well, there's another connecting thread here. So, the other connecting thread is Dude Face. We're going to call him Scumbag Face. Scumbag Face was... extremely unprofessional, I think is the word I want to use there. I know it's a strange word to focus on, but like when you're just straight up watching pornography at work during work hours while drunk, I'm not sure of a better word for that. I should say it before I do this whole run again. So at one point, Nintendo, calls up Retro's like, what the hell is the holdup? And while the developers did have something to show for it, he was, like everything I just said. Yeah, NSFW is not just an acronym. And they were livid. Nintendo was livid. Almost cut him off, but I forget exactly what turned out to be the defining thing that changed their mind. It was either Miyamoto himself or something they did which impressed them. I forget which, but either way, something happened, and they decided rather than just chop Retro off and say, all right, y'all are done, they decided to go ahead and buy out Trash Bag Face buy him out of the company, just kick him out of Retro entirely, right? He took the money, ran off, went to make the Guy game, and that was pretty much the end of his career. What happened after that was Miyamoto personally came down and actually started acting as the producer and director for the team, for the Retro team. And they made Metroid Prime 1. Was the Guy game any good? So obviously, again, not played. I haven't even seen footage of it, and hope never to. But from what I understand, it's like one of those old trivia quiz games where you just answer a question, and if you succeed, you get boobs, and if you don't, you don't. Okay, this targeting thing is going to get me killed here. No, if I had cleave damage, I would have been fine there. Yeah, that's actually why I'm trying to do it now, Dakota, because I'm on the verge of being on Chapter 3. And I don't really want to be on triple goblins. So I'm ready for that. God damn. Oh, it was live action. It was just, you know, they'd go to the beach and they'd film women. And women would pull up their bikini take it, but... Yeah, I would honestly say that's not actually a game. Personally. I don't have to play them with the Wiimote, Jim Palmer. Prime 3 was. Oh, Jesus. Yes, only the first one is on the Switch. This is crazy. I wish I didn't have to target. I mean, I really wish I didn't have to target. Yeah, are we sure he's not bugged? He's just not taking damage there at all. Look at that. His health is not moving an inch. And I can't see him, as he's literally blocked by my camera, so I don't know why he wasn't taking damage. I don't actually understand what was causing that to happen, because I couldn't see what was happening, because he was blocked by me. Jesus Christ, game. Yes, this is the best RPG ever made. So I've heard many times in my life. Listen, the best place to put a flower is in your eye. I've played Drakengard 3. Well, since we are here... You need to be level 10 anyways, right? We're nowhere. Yeah, tadpoles are a kind of flower, right? They count. Okay. Oh, hello. Okay, I got an axe. I know how to use it. Badly. Right. Zara asked a question. We scroll up to see it. No. That has nothing to do with anything. I fling that question out the window. Fling! Oof, okay. Now, hang on. Let me interpret here. I assume you mean manual encounters as opposed to random encounters, right? Okay. So, the actual reason is, and I can tell you this. Yeah, auto attack didn't exist back then. I can actually tell you the actual reason because I was talking about this very recently to someone I know who was thinking about making their own game and was thinking about which kind of encounter system to use. And they wanted to use manually crafted encounters because those are better. And pretty much everyone can agree that those are better in terms of design, the player's experience, etc. The problem with manual encounters is they take a tremendously larger amount of work. And as a consequence, time. Manually crafted encounters, you have to think about when the player's going to encounter them, when they can encounter them, what they can get out of them. You know, blah, 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 blah. Like all kinds of stuff like that. There are plenty upon plenty of ways in which that is something you need to balance, and the design, and then figure out what kind of experience it gives, or what kind of alternate abilities it gives, or what kind of items it gives, or can give, or money. And of course, you need to figure out if there's any scaling going on in any direction, blah, 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 blah. Random encounters, you just pull from a grab bag. Here's the 1 through 10 bag, here's the 10 through 20 bag, here's the 20 through 30 bag, etc. Much easier, much less work to do. Still work, I don't want to sound like it's easy. But it is definitely easier. Starting to run a little low on meat. I need to go grilling soon. This is eating a lot of my healing items. Pushing through these frickin' gavos. And the reason I differentiated between manual encounters and visible encounters is I can name 2 games right off the top of my head, both of which have Dragon Quest in the name, which have visible encounters and random encounters at the same time. The encounter you see on the overworld map is the trigger for the encounter, but the encounter itself is random. That's actually not, those are not the only games that do that, but those are just the 2 that came to my mind immediately. Hell, WoW technically does that with its pet battles. And yeah, actually, Zelda 2 has visible encounters, but what you get is actually random. Zelda 2, that's a lie. Zelda 2's encounters are based on the tile in which you get them, but it sure looks like it's random to someone who doesn't know how the game works. It's wrong herbs, wrong herbs, wrong herbs. There we go. I don't know what's in this cave, but it better be really worth it. I'm sure it's very worthwhile, whatever it is. I will say that some games with random encounters actually have well-designed encounters. It's pretty rare, honestly. Whoops. Wrong button. Wrong button. Jesus Christ. How many goblins are in this freaking cave? Sitting here chowing down on my grilled bird meat. I mean, this game predates Morrowind. So I guess that makes sense. Oh, that would be great. Come back here when there's even more of these things. Because if I understand the combat encounter system at all, a bunch more of these goblins are about to spawn. still aren't high enough level to go get promoted and get better armor. But, you know, we're gonna get there. Yeah, I was reading that a bow is actually mandatory to beat the game, no matter what path you do. How many freaking goblins are in this cave? Are they spawning? Is that a thing that even is possible in this game? Nice plays. Yeah, the only thing you get off of them is whatever it is they drop, and about 100 experience. What I mean by that is whatever weapon they were using. And most of their weapons are actually pretty cool. Actually sounds like a cool mod for Grizz. An ore nugget. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I got 1 gold. A spell scroll. A mace. A potion. A beer. Another beer. Picklock, beer, torch, almanac. Well, this one looks locked. Ray Sports Almanac. I don't know which chest this is. Oh well. Oh, it's apparently unlocked. Okay, whatever. It's... I guess I'll live with it being unlocked. Well, alright, that was a bunch of exp, I guess, right? Yeah, we're only about 4,000 experience from where we want to be. Moving on. Ignore the colossal wave of death I'm leaving behind me. We can actually dodge the tree this time. Nope. Nope. Yep. Okay. I just give up. We're just gonna go around. If I could play as one character from Star Wars in a good Star Wars game that isn't a Jedi or Sith, why would it be Lando Calrissian in a management sim? Well, you see, it's because Lando does all kinds of fun stuff with regards to setting up new, interesting financial ventures, several of which succeed. A bunch of which then get taken over by the remnants of the Empire, which causes him to have to go and try again. And this keeps happening until finally he actually successfully nails it, manages it. So that would be my answer to you. I would also accept Talon Card for basically the exact same reason. Following that, ooh, oh, that makes me hurt. Following that, any of the fighter pilots. Just give me another frickin' TIE fighter. That's good. No, this should leave me there.
Same old story every time.
I think.
That wasn't very clever.
Don't worry about it, Jay Palmer. He's a nobody. Definitely wasn't a character in the EU.
I doubt. Let's. Same old.
If your only exposure to Star Wars is the AU, then I am so sorry.
I better keep out of it.
I don't even know what happened there.
I doubt that's ever likely to change.
There must be something about that story after all. I better keep out of it. I gotta keep out of it.
What do you want?
It's obvious that there'd be trouble ahead. I better keep out of it.
I found eggs belonging to a crawler queen.
I knew it. My vision was a sign. The queen's eggs must contain the strong secretion. Excellent. With it, I can create a potion to contact the sleeper.
What about my reward?
Oh, right. Thank you.
I mean a tangible reward.
Okay. What do you want?
Well, he doesn't tell you. You can take mana, or a healing potion, a weapon, or a rune. We're going to take mana.
Must be something about
Mana.
that story.
May this potion strengthen the magic within you.
That won't happen again. I better keep out of it.
I have crawler's mandibles for you.
Very good. Take some of my best potions as reward.
Can we start invoking the sleeper now?
No. I haven't found a method to charge the focus yet. We are missing the ancient knowledge about these artifacts.
Do you mean to say I collected the eggs for nothing?
No, listen to me. There is an almanac which contains what we need to know. We bought the book off the fire mage Caristo from the old camp. However, it was stolen when they tried to bring it here from the old camp. I had charged Talas, a novice, with collecting the book for me, but he was robbed. He let me down. But I've given him another chance. He must get the stolen almanac back. Talk to him. He'll need any help he can get.
Watch what you tell people.
Where can I find Talus?
He's in the forecourt at the Temple Hill, trying to get people to help him.
Who stole the almanac?
Talas told me he was mugged by black goblins. It sounds strange, but not impossible.
Wouldn't like to be in his shoes, though.
What will I get for it?
Have I not already proven my generosity to you? You will receive a just reward.
Right. Anyways, here's the book.
I found the book.
Good work. You have all we need. I'll complete the preparations now.
Where will the invocation take place?
Wait till nighttime. Then come to the temple courtyard. We will gather there to invoke the Almighty Sleeper.
You know, if I could fast travel, I'd go back to town to try and, rank up now that I can, and get some new armor. But that sounds like a colossal waste of time, so instead, I'm just gonna get on with it. I'm Metal Fan.
That won't happen again. That wasn't very clever.
I'm actually shocked, to be quite honest, that the scripting allows for quest bypassing, because I've been perusing the walkthrough periodically, and there are several quests which don't. Does it have to be nighttime? Yeah, I'm gonna look this up really quick. We'll find out in a bit, Fibris, because I believe we're on the verge of Chapter 3, if I'm reading this correctly. But first, it needs to be nighttime.
You shouldn't believe everything you hear. Keep it to yourself. People don't need to know. What?
Okay, I apparently can't sleep there, so I will walk out. Sorry for bothering you guys.
I doubt that.
Hey, you!
Okay, they're not letting me sleep. Damn it, you guys suck.
So, you do know what's good for you.
Ugh.
As long as I'm not involved. I'm not listening to you.
Hey, you!
Hey,
Hey, you!
you've no...
Rely on somebody and you're in trouble. That's how it goes. Wasn't very clever.
Keep out of the huts!
I doubt that.
So sorry. Never happen again, unless I need to change time again. In which case I'm going back to your bed and sleeping in it. So, like, there we go. Maybe? Okay.
The long time of waiting is now over.
Interesting accent choice.
Through his immeasurable powers, the Sleeper has led us to this place so we can witness his awakening. The artifact he showed us in a vision will focus our spiritual powers. Unite your thoughts so the sleeper will hear our prayers, for his is the path that leads to freedom, and we are his chosen people. May the sleeper awaken!
No, I cannot, Mr. Red. I'm sure there are some. If you don't know what brickwork means in general, Metal Fan, that's a bit of a discussion. If you're asking why it's a negative, that's different. What?
Oh!
Master, what has happened?
Yes, Master. What has happened? What have you seen?
He wanted to show us the way to freedom.
Yes, what about it?
Was it the path to freedom?
Silence! It is obvious. The path to freedom leads through the orcs. The Sleeper has shown us a place. We must find it. Not far from here, there is an entry to an orc cave. We'll start searching there. The Sleeper will be with us.
What does that mean? Shall we fight these monsters?
I'll go with the Templars. You novices shall pray for us.
Chapter 3. That's right. Okay.
Will you train me?
You want to become a strong warrior. Commendable. I dedicate my time.
What happens now?
The vision was very vague. It brought us more riddles than answers. But one thing was perfectly clear. I saw an orc in a cave. There is an old abandoned orcish place of worship nearby. The orcs used to bury their dead there. That's why we call this system of caves the Orc Cemetery. The Guru Baal Lakor has gone there with some Templars. Maybe we'll find something there to help us understand the vision. I need somebody to have a look around that place and to report to me about the situation.
Why don't you go yourself? You are the leader of the Templars.
My task is to protect the Enlightened One. I must stay here with Iberian and guard him. You have done good service for the camp. I trust you more than anybody else here. I'm asking you to go to the Orc Cemetery and report to me what the Templars have found.
Okay.
I'll get on my way right now.
Before you go, take this ring. May it protect you in battle.
Sure.
Yes.
I like how the music stopped. So I'll explain brickwork in just a sec. Don't worry. There's no point in Googling it.
Ages ago.
Hello, Elizar.
What you tell people.
And I would say the Jedi Order counts as a cult. An officially licensed cult is still a cult.
Rely on somebody and you're in trouble.
I'm not sure if brickwork is listed there.
I thought that had been cleared ages.
I'm actually not sure if brickwork is an official term or not. I don't think I came up with it. But I don't see a lot of other people using it.
You're in trouble. That's how it goes. You have to watch what.
Okay, let's start with the fundamental basics, Metal Fan. The visuals of a video game are important for many gameplay reasons, like knowing what you can interact with, what's a good thing, what's a bad thing, what gives you a plus, what gives you a negative, stuff like that. The difference between a health up versus a poison mushroom is something that should be visually distinguishable. But on the story axis, the visuals of a video game are there so that you can have some context for what's happening. Even video games that generally don't have what you would call much of a story focus can still have a story based on what you're seeing happening as it's happening. We actually had an example of this very recently with Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze, which had entire story arcs going on in the backgrounds of the stages as you're going through them. But this goes all the way back to something like Super Mario Bros. 1, which was actually considered revolutionary for effectively inventing brickwork, because most games before them didn't have brickwork. There was no visual context for what you were doing. You were a car racing down a road, or you were a guy going through a maze, or you were a blob fighting other blobs, or whatever. Super Mario Bros. 1 did two things. First of all, it made it look like you were going through actual places, both indoors and outdoors. And second, they have a day-night cycle, which most people don't even remember as a thing in Super Mario Bros. 1, where each stage, like if you go through it, if you go through the entire game, you'll notice that like it starts off bright, then it gets dark, and then it's black the next stage, and then it goes to bright again, etc., etc. So there's actually progression. There's a sense of time passing. That is what brickwork is. It is that visual element of a thing that helps add to the scene, the tone, the setting, whatever. Now, this is distinct from visual storytelling. Visual storytelling is when a specific plot element is actually conveyed via something that happens visually. So if you're going through an abandoned mansion and it's creepy and haunted and the wood looks pristine and untouched as if no dust has touched it for decades, that's brickwork. But if you see a trail of blood being smeared across the wall that stops very suddenly at a specific spot, that's visual storytelling, because that's telling you a story at that point. There's also sprite work, which is just the foreground of brickwork. I should probably save. Sprite work is exactly what it sounds like. It's the elements of like characters, enemies, bosses, items, interactions, etc. All of that stuff, but same general concept. Fuck ChatGPT. Excuse my language. Never use LLMs. Also, half a liter while we're on the subject. What makes me vaguely sad is how many people have already gotten into the habit of using LLMs as a search engine, essentially, as a way to just try and to Google something, right? And in addition to the obvious environmental problems that come with that, and the fact that it's kind of causing a bit of a brain drain on a species-wide level, also the fact that the information they're getting is so near universally wrong, as LLMs have actually been getting worse and worse and worse. At this point, I'd say we could track it by a monthly basis. That is how rapid-fire LLMs are declining in quality as they constantly eat themselves and ancestrously get worse and worse and less accurate and less accurate. And yeah, I have a custom search thing, which is actually a colossal pain to set up, so I'm not going to explain it. But I have a whole thing I go through to completely rip any AI results out of my search engine. I sure hope people will notice at some point, Lord Aramon. Like, it's a common knowledge and honestly common mockery, for lack of a better way to put that. Like, it's a common joke of that we all know that LLMs are hilariously inaccurate and out of date. But we're not the majority. That's not us. Probably Jay Palmer, ask me later. Not right now. That's a whole thing. And yeah, several companies have been deliberately trying to enforce LLMs as search engines, which is also very stupid. We already had the almighty algorithm, and that was bad enough for how inaccurate and easily manipulatable that was. But at least there was still a search function under there. Yeah, I think I've ranted about this recently. My father was talking about how wonderfully useful LLMs are for them and how much great use they get out of it. And I pulled out my phone and demonstrated in an accuracy of LLM that they knew was wrong on the spot, just to make my point as quickly and effortlessly as I could. I don't remember, Jay Palmer. It was something about NASCAR, I remember that. He's a big NASCAR fan. Now, the truly insidious thing about LLMs is it's easy to presume that their answers are correct. It's the squint at it philosophy, right? If you squint at it, it looks like the thing you're looking for. It's not the thing you're looking for. Anybody with a functioning brain can tell you that that's not what you're actually looking for. But if you squint at it, it kind of looks like it.
You shouldn't believe everything that won't happen again.
I mean, there's the somewhat infamous example now of an LLM telling someone that they should have a little bit of cocaine just as a treat to themselves. But honestly, there are hundreds of examples like that for arguably much worse things. It was a recovering addict, to be clear. Is that? Yeah. Come back here so I can target you. Oh, whatever, I give up. That's actually a tough one, Jay Palmer, but I think I'll go with the LLMs. If I could just put the genie back into the bottle and make sure it never gets opened again, I'd do it without hesitation. LLMs are a net negative to human society, like to us as a species, and it's pretty rare you can point to something that is just that universally bad.
I'd like to become a mercenary of the mages. Am I ready yet?
Your deeds for the people in the old mine have demonstrated that you're quite a good man. I'd be willing to let you join the mercenaries. I'll give you a chance. How about it?
Yeah.
I want to become a mercenary.
A good decision. You won't regret it. Tell me something. Why? Why have you joined us and not the old camp or the Brotherhood?
Agreed, Inosius. As a fresh reminder, LLMs have been around for almost a decade at this point. You didn't hear about them until a few years ago because they were primarily used for functions where they're actually useful at. Mostly automating tremendous amounts of data reading, like medical stuff. Sequencing DNA and all that fun stuff.
I wanted freedom from the very beginning.
We'll get our freedom back. Welcome, mercenary.
Yeah, the problem really is the application of the tool, which I repeat myself, I suppose.
May I pass through here?
Well, that is better armor. Oh, I already have it on. think? Wait, I think
May
it's...
I pass through here?
Jesus, Lee. Okay, hang on. So now I need to make some war happen. Think. I think. Thank you very much, Inosians. Always appreciate. If you give me a moment here. I could find the document. You know what? I should just use an LLM to keep track of all this. Which game should I stream next? Now, see, I would do that jokingly. I'd go to ChatGPT and I'd put in a prompt jokingly, right? Thing is, half a liter. Fortnite or Minecraft. So automation is Gaia. Sign a elite. Automation is Gaia. And Warrior Land. You got it. And thank you for being part of the show, Lord Harriman, as always. And yeah, Takota's correct, Metalfen. Really, please. I have a great deal of anger and vitriol for LLMs. But a lot of that really boils down to the people who push them to the detriment of human society. And again, none of this is hyperbolic or presumptive. None of this is like, it might be bad. None of this is theoretically. None of this is someday it might turn into a situation like this. All of this is stuff that is long since past tense, right? We have so many different distinct reasons why LLMs are terrible, why they are inaccurate, and why those inaccuracies can cause tremendous problems. And have. There's a reason why the legal area here in the United States has been cracking down on them like wildfire. Because every time I can't think of the term. A step below an attorney, or an attorney, actually file a docket, written by LLMs, there's inaccuracies there. There's wrongnesses there. Not just procedural, but literal. And people tend to catch that. Thank God. The first few times people tried this, which was last year at this point, paralegals, thank you. Several judges noticed and started kind of raising the flag on, hey, everyone keep aware that some people are using LLMs in order to generate their documents. And every time that happens, bad things happen to the lawyers who do that, as they should. Yeah, making a court filing with an LLM, Jesus Christ, do you have any idea how terrible of an idea that is? Several of them have been disbarred, Jay Palmer. People have been. And for those not aware, being disbarred is worse than being fired if you're a lawyer, because then you can rebar, but that's a thing. And you basically start over from scratch. You've essentially torpedoed your career. And once again, good. A good way to put it in OCs. Okay. So how much ore do I have right now? Not enough.
Hello.
Let's see if it'll just let me buy it. Oh, I could learn two-handed swords. Let's do armor first.
I need better armor.
You'll first have to earn your armor. Apart from that, they don't come cheap.
Yep, I just need lots of ore on me. Ooh, how do I get that much ore on me? Where do I find vendors that have that much ore to buy my crap?
I want to learn how to handle a two-handed sword.
Okay, let's go through the basics first. Hold the sword in a horizontal position. You'll need a great swing to attack your opponent with such a heavy weapon. Raise your arm and swing it straight down. That's usually enough to knock the opponent down. Use the momentum of the weapon to bring it straight back up again. Two-handed swords are ideal for coordinating side hits to keep the opponents at a distance. That should do to begin with. Have a practice.
I want to learn more about fighting with a two...
I need 19 more skill points, so I need 2 more levels. 2 more levels in order to get two-headed sword 2. Whoa there. Okay. Okay, so... Thinking about vendors that I know that exist. I think of 3 in this camp. I also hope I have enough stuff to sell. I might not. This aside from my initial robbery spree, I haven't done another one of those.
Hello.
I want to acquire...
Do you have any money? Nope. Where's the other guy? He was up here somewhere.
You asked
Get
for
out
that.
of here!
What? No.
For
No
you.
business in there.
But I would have enjoyed polishing your mug.
Can I buy from you, please? Please. Okay.
What's up, anyway?
They've already mugged the convoy? Where's my share?
Go to see Gorn. He'll give you something.
I know Gorn. He's no member of the gang. He's a mercenary who works for the mages.
Yeah, that's right.
Was he involved in this business?
Knowing too much isn't good for you. Just go to see him and collect your share.
I want to better myself.
Okay. There's our 2 dexterity. I've been meaning to do that for a while.
What's up, anyway?
Hey, you! What are you
Yeah.
creeping around here for?
Oh, sorry.
What's up, anyway?
Oh, whatever. I give up. Alright, no go in both of those. Let's just move on here.
Stop! You know the rules.
Are you going to try and...
No, just go.
Okay.
Show me your goods.
Choose something.
He has 11 cash. How the hell am I going to get that much ore? I have that much value on me, but I don't have ore. How do I get ore? We're currently playing the Steam version because we couldn't get the GOG version working at all. I had to buy the game a second time just to get it playable. Not streamable, mind you, playable. Well, we're on chapter 3. You'd think he'd have more ore. That's actually what I was counting on, but he still has 11. Okay. Yeah, that's why I bought it on GOG to begin with. I figured that would be the safe bet. Well, okay, I guess we'll go back to the mines. I don't know. Looks like we're gonna need actually even more money than that, but at least that's a start. It's an interesting limiter. I have that much value on me, I think. But I don't have that much cash. And NPC interactions, that is to say menu interactions, only check for cash. Armor. I want to buy heavy mercenaries armor, specifically. Which, at a glance, is probably the best armor I'm gonna have. So, based on the way you asked that question, Metal Fan, I'm going to assume you don't know how we decide how games get streamed. So, generally speaking, with, as of right now, one exception, I don't decide what I stream. You guys do. Your donations and your showing interest all raises the relative interest level of a run, and once it gets funded, that then becomes the game we run. This game got funded primarily by Croatia, who's actually in chat right now, so you can thank them for that. Thank you, Croatia, as always. But that's why we're running this version. The remake, I'm not even sure is on the list, because nobody's showed interest in it at all. Now, we could play it someday, but that's up to you guys, not me. Now, God willing, at some point I will actually be able to start playing games that I have decided to stream, but so far we're still at 1. And that would be 2 Point Hospital is a game I actually put there, and I actually wanted to stream. What you're saying, Solahila, is this is a good time to be thinking about getting more money in my pocket so I can buy that armor when we get there. Real-life barter systems are completely untenable for either A, large transactions, or B, large distances. Or both, for that matter. They're really good for local stuff. Anecdotally, one time, my neighbor did a bit of a favor for me for something with regard to the mailbox that I couldn't fix. And I just gave him a bunch of ice cream as a result. There you go. Boom. Barter.
Yes, if you...
The part I was weirded out by Solahila is that I've just progressed to chapter 3, and I'm weirded out why nobody's merchants restocked. Although I haven't checked the other 2 vendors in the mine, because, of course I haven't, I just got here.
Can I trade things?
He's got 30 ore. Do I have anything worth that little? Yeah, here. I'll tell you a couple of these. Here. It's entirely possible. If your name is on this string going over my head here, then yeah. I keep pretty good records, but I don't remember off the top of my head. Sorry. I also hadn't heard that the Gothic remake was supposed to come out this year. When I glanced at it, admittedly briefly, yesterday, it just said, coming out sometime, and I was like, okay. I was just curious, really. Hmm. Here.
Can I trade?
Yep.
50. Let's go put all that in there. Quarter 1, 2026, maybe? Yeah. That doesn't even sound like a window to me, frankly. That sounds like a, it'd be nice if. Why are we suddenly textureless? Oh, no, there we go. So weird lighting. Oh, no, we've given into the blackness again. Oh, no, we're back. We're so edgy, we cast shadows on our own body. Yet we're secretly playing an early alpha access release of Midnight. I'm gonna assume it's this guy.
I hear you're the smelter.
You're a smart boy indeed.
Can you give me ore?
If you can give me any goods.
750. Sure, I'll take all of that. It's not as much as I was hoping for, but, you know, I can make it work. Alright, we're up to 1,400 now. Oh god, this game with a weight limit would be a nightmare. Now, this is when you tell me there's a patch, or not a patch, a mod somewhere that adds a weight to every item in the game. And then I never stop screaming. Should be saving periodically. Yeah, you can just do it with script. Be a pain, but I can tell you can do it. Yeah, suddenly, 100 loots. Wow. Whoops. Why would anyone want to go at a faster rate than this? Warp 2.2 is perfectly good for us. Any faster, wouldn't be able to enjoy the trip. Such a dumb line. I hate that line. Sorry, that's a reference to an episode of Star Trek Enterprise. There's a freight hauler who uses an old, outdated warp engine where it takes them actual years to make trips in order to, in order to haul their cargo. And someone says, so, like, we've gotten a lot more advanced with our warp engines. You could cut that trip time down to a couple of months. And that, what I just said, was his response. You wouldn't be able to enjoy the trip. And it's like, you spend years just at warp. Years. Okay, anyways. I am not Elizar, but it'll be nice to see if it's actually a decent film. You never know. It might be. I am not holding my breath. Oh, ho, ho. Spaceballs 1 is one of the best parody films ever made. It's not actually hyperbole. I can back that up with math, because most humor is math. As strange as that sounds. Now, first of all, thank you for the donation, Metal Fan. Not you, Cat. You didn't donate anything. You get no thanks. Second of all, you only put it towards one thing, which tells me you haven't been around for a while, because we've had the plurality system for about a year and a half now. So, the way the plural voting system works is actually very, very simple. When you donate to via any method to the stream, any kind of a contribution to the show, you get to pick 3 things to put that contribution towards, not just one. So if you picked random examples, Expedition 33, Expedition 60, and Expedition 22, all 3 of those get $10 put towards it. Make sense? Forgive me for feeling the need to explain that, but a large number of people don't understand plural voting because voting systems in the real life are terrible. Seriously, I don't actually know that with total certainty, but I do actually suspect that that is the reason why most people do not understand plural voting. It's not even my term for it. That's just what the actual voting system is called. Hey, Paranoid Android. How's the music and sound? Not negative worthy, I think is what I'll call it. I know that sounds like an insult. I don't mean it as one. I really don't. The music has been there for the most part. Nothing complain-worthy. Exactly, Xavier. Sounds have been fine. A lot of, what do you call them? Off the CD sounds. I can't remember the term for that. You got it, Metal Fan. Give me 1 second. I'll add that to FTL, and Frostpunk. Done. Thank you again. Appreciate you. Thank you. Stock sounds. The frickin' word. I was going to take a nap today, and then I just had too much work to do. Anyways. Yes, a lot of the sounds are stock sounds, but that's not really a bad thing inherently. So I don't really hold that against the game. Oh, nope, got caught on the tree. Got caught on the tree. Hang on. There we go. Exactly, Wenlock. If you give me $3 and I say, what up to 3 things would you like to pick? The automatic and immediate reaction is, oh, no, I want it all to go to one thing. And that is the most common response I get. And I have to clarify, no, all 3 things get $3. I think the map should be smaller, or my speed should be larger. However, ignoring that, I do think the map size itself is not bad. I think the map design isn't bad. I have actually given a positive for it, in fact. I forget which number. I don't have the document in front of me.
Show me your goods.
Ooh, 1,000 ore. Yes, please. I want all of your money. Open it. There we go. Whoops. I don't want that one. Get rid of that. Okay. Yeah, the lack of mini-map and the lack of compass are not things I am super happy about. Oh, we're starting to get towards the end of our sword pile. Holy crap. We might have to go robbing again soon. Yeah, no, my biggest complaint about the overworld is actually very, very simple. The fact that I keep having to go back and forth over and over and over and over again. Speaking of which, since I can now afford the armor that he can sell me, I may want to turn around and get that, so I'm making a save in case I do decide to do that. They kind of hated that episode for pretty much the exact same reasons that I did, Jake Palmer. Like the absolute self-righteousness of Archer and the total lack of any solution. It's like, let me put it to you this way. Let's say you, Jay Palmer, are starving. No. I don't mean you're hungry. I mean you are starving, which, as a fresh reminder, is a medical condition, okay? So, you're starving, and you, in your frustration, decide to go and steal a loaf of bread. And I come down on you like a ton of bricks about that. I'm like, no, how dare you? What gives you the right to steal that bread, Jake Palmer? How dare you? And I just sit there preaching at you for how wrong of a thing you've done. Your response then is to point out how you are starving because of the system or because of situation or because of environmental concerns, things that I actually have some degree of influence or control over. You are flat out telling me that I have some power to fix the situation, which has led to you being starving. I'm not, of course. I just care about the fact that you stole some bread. So I moralize at you for the fact that you stole some bread, and then I don't actually fix anything. And then I leave as if the problem's solved, because I don't have a solution, because I'm an idiot. That's the thing that pissed us off about that episode. Now, I know I like to use analogies, but to speak in literals, the literal actual event in that episode that I'm referencing is there are pirates, in the interest of fairness, who rob freighters. Well, one of those freighters has decided that they've had enough, and so they start fighting back. Archer and the Enterprise, brave heroes that they are, come in and save the pirates from the freighter, and then they waggle their finger at the freighter saying, violence is bad. How dare you defend yourself against pirates? I am not kidding or exaggerating. I hate early Enterprise.
You shouldn't believe everything you hear.
Like, I really hate early Enterprise. A lot. The show eventually finds itself and becomes a good show. I think. I still haven't gone through season 4 in the long run. But yikes. That's true. I could solo Hilo. I could. I could go reclaim my money. I'll think about it. I don't want to backtrack again. We're going to go on to the quest now. I'll tell you one thing I hate about this game. No offense. This route that I've run like 20 times at this point. And it's just holding down W. as I go back and forth across the entire map over and over and over again. I did notice Dakota was right. Which faction we picked seems to have essentially no real impact on anything. And the whole factional conflict and the internecine stuff they were talking about has just vanished completely. The reason it's not filled with enemies is because I killed them. I will give the game credit for not having respawns, as weird as that sounds. Ignoring the obvious fact that finite resources can be a good thing in a game like this. It's a pipe. There's also the fact that it means that I can do this without being harassed the entire time. Sorry, Fibres, let me be more clear. It seems to have left the narrative. Like, it doesn't really seem like it matters who we picked at this point already. Oh, I know, so legal. I liked Kingdoms of Amalur quite a lot, actually. Okay. But, good lord, I got really tired of doing side quests just because... just because of the backtracking. First time we've even seen this enemy. Oh, Phlox is dead. Like, he's dead. One of the biggest RPGs, 50 hours of gameplay, large variety of weapons and spells, a living world. One of the biggest RPGs, nope. Large variety of weapons, nope. And spells, I'll agree with that. A living world where people work, sleep, eat, and fight to survive. Yes, so I agree with all but one of those, I'd say. Go ahead. I don't know if we'll ever play Gothic 2. I don't think Gothic 2 is even on the list right now. I need to go cooking. I have 104 meat on me. Someone remind me to go cooking at some point, please. Like when we go to turn in this quest. Maybe just shovel cheese down my throat like I'm a white person, I suppose. Nope. I figured, J. Palmer. Yeah, someone mentioned Gothic R, but I'm pretty sure no one's ever actually donated towards it. And that's not a request, I'm just pointing it out. Oof. That hurt. There's only one way to find out, Ross. Yeah, as I say, here's our goblins too. Yeah, Thrall and Grom were on their way to meet Manaroth, and I'm like, hey! Okay, let me double check that we're going the right way. I'm pretty sure we are. I mean, that makes sense, Metalfan, yeah, for the vibe they're going for. I tend to dislike vibes, but it's definitely a game that does it a lot. Okay, so. More colors. Oh, goody, we get to fight 10 enemies at once. This should be fun. I am looking forward to that. Good episode, sorry, an episode where Archer is good. Yeah, honestly, I can actually think of two. One of them is Zindi Prime in Season 3. I suppose similitude. So similitude, Zindi Prime for the exact same reason. And yeah, regeneration. I think I would agree with all of those. So those are still not as good as what we've got. Worth less too. Yeah, regeneration has no right to be as good as it is. Absolutely no right. It's exactly what a Borg episode should be. It's a horror episode. Sorry, yes, Azadi Prime. Did I say Azimdi? That's funny. We got some extant crossover going on here. For the three of you to get that. Okay, wish me luck. Wish I had that new armor, but whatever. Nice place. They're making new Lord of the Rings movies? Why? I suppose that's my answer to that. Why? Are you gonna attack me? Okay. Yeah, regeneration is an anomaly. Someone somewhere said, you know, the Borg would be a great horror movie film. And then they did that. Agreed, Jim Whisperer. Yeah, no, these guys are funsies. Yay. Let's see. Just kind of looking at what I'm getting here. I like money. We'll see if they do anything good with it. I will not get my hopes up. I do not believe they can make a good Lord of the Rings movie in Hollywood right now. I look forward to being proven wrong. Yeah, Connor Trenier is the best actor in Enterprise. There's no real arguing that. He does have some competition, but not that much. Dominic Keating, who played Reed, yes. I would also say that Jolene Blaylock is probably the runner-up there in the number 2 slot. And anyone after that boils down to areas. Guest stars, or recurring stars. Now they have the exact same attack pattern as goblins, too. Thank God he died so quietly. I keep hearing that Scott Bakula is a good actor. I haven't really seen evidence of that. But then again, almost all the evidence is in a show I'm probably never going to watch. It's one of the cop dramas. Not cop, that's the wrong word. The LAPD? No, is it LAPD? Oh, God, what is the show? It actually shut down semi-recently. That was it. NCIS. That's the one I was thinking of. Delicious bread. Probably shouldn't eat the bread, actually. I like the berries. Yeah, crime, drama, detective show, whatever. Like I said, Shrike Anywhere, it's kind of like one of those third-hand things. It's like, people tell me he's good there, and it's like, well, I have no real choice but to believe you. I haven't seen it for myself, and honestly, probably never will. No, this is 100% not intuitive. No, I'll tell you what happens with the controls, and we actually just talked about this in Ozians about 30 minutes ago, so I guess it's not that long ago, is how, after a while, you stop smelling the smell. After a while, that bad smell just kind of drifts away, and you become a little bit nose blind to it. Same concept. After a while, you just stop noticing the bad controls. That are the best controls ever, Croatia. And I've never seen better controls in my life. Please don't kill me. Ignore the 4 negatives I've given them. But no, it's a valid thing, because this is true in a lot of games, right? I can think of a lot of games where you just kind of get used to it after a while. So, yep. Like, my right hand has just been resting here for half of this playthrough, because I can't do anything with my right hand unless I enable alternate mode, which I'm not doing at this point. And I've just gotten used to constantly straining to hold down G. I rebound action to G. Because, like, everything is bound to G. It's such a weird approach. What is attack? So in order to attack in this game, you have to be in attack stance. So we go into attack stance. Then you have to hold down action, and then you do an attack based on which direction you want to hit in, like this. So action forward, action back, action left. On a default, that would be control left or control right or something similar. You can rebind it. You can't rebind the fact that the whole game sits on the action key. That's why that's still a negative. But you can rebind it. You also loot with the action key, talk with the action key, climb with the action key, interact with the action key. And I think that's everything? I feel like I'm missing something. Like that, action key, right there. This, action key. That's also action key. So opening the loot thing is the action key, up. But looting is action key, right, because you're moving it to the right. See? Good night, Battlefan. Have a good evening. Hopefully. Well, the devs were German, so they were thinking, we must make them most intuitive and efficient. I don't know where this accent's coming from. This is not a German accent. The most efficient control scheme humanly imaginable. And this is this. Oh yeah, by the way, you have to hold down action. I don't think I emphasized that enough. Because if you stop holding down, what happens is what you literally just saw happening. Like, you'll pause in mid-interaction. And, like, stop the animation. Also, LOL for transformation scrolls. I remember reading in one thing in the bugs section that one of the most common types of bugs is if you use transformation scrolls. I will never turn French. Expedition 33 is so tight. If it is so tight. Okay, so... Oh, I see one opening. One over here, I think? Yep, there it is. I think. Like, at a glance, it sounded experimental. Protect chicken, that's fire. Okay, well, it's good to remember that I have that. Protection against weapons 10. Don't I already have that? Oh god, what opened? I didn't see what opened, I just heard it. Is this one? Did this open? This looked open. This looks open. That is exactly what I'm going to try, Dakota. Because that sounds worth it. Ring of 10 strength. Ring of 10 life. A lot of rings here. We can only equip 2, of course. Let's see. Speaking of, let's get our rings on. So we still have our protection from weapons necklace. So let's take off our strength ring. Looks like I can put both of these on. We'll see if it actually has an impact. Where was that at? Oh, does it list our armor? Oh, it does. 70. Hang on. 60. Okay, it looks like they stack. We haven't had crashes since we got it started. Go figure. Took 2 hours to get the game into a playable state, but once we got there, we haven't had any issues since. Yeah, knock on wood. Saving for absolutely no reason. Yeah, we encountered plenty of bugs. Only a few bad bugs. What? Okay, what's really weird is we teleported backwards. That was very disorienting. Okay. I swear I didn't plan that. Oh yeah, to loot, you have to start looting, that's action. Then hold forward in order to enter opening page. Then right, then escape, then escape. Because you're basically entering and leaving stages, or phases, if you will. So there's starting to loot, having successfully opened the loot, looting, and then retreating through those 3 stages. Oops, damn it. Okay. Can I just hit that switch from here? No, of course not. I could jump really high all of a sudden. Oh my god, come on. There we go. Okay, okay. I would love to watch a speedrun of this at this point. Because I'm sure what it involves is janking through the geometry, getting to the last boss in 12 seconds, and then instantly killing it by physics bugging it to death. So we just got a scroll called Storm of Fire. Amulet of plus strength. 9 minutes and 40 seconds. Yep. Yep. This is what we call not a surprise. Is that everything? That looks like everything. There's no more switch. Okay, we're done looting. God, that took forever. I don't think I even got anything out of all of that. I got a ring. I mean, yeah, what we know about the orcs is that they're evil. Well, I shouldn't even say that. What we know about the orcs at this point is that they're at war with the country that we are technically a representative of. Excuse me, a citizen of. I don't know why. That's just the reality. They're pretty much the reason we're here is because our king went to war with them. He's the king, so like, we've got to do what he says. We can't say no. Could you imagine if we could just say no when someone's like, hey, go do this evil, stupid thing, and we're like, no, I don't feel like it. Hitless, glitchless run is 5 hours. I don't even want to know how that works, or how that works. I don't know if this counts as architecture, and that's my thought on that, J. Plumber. I mean, like I said earlier, people do Iron Man mode runs in this game, for God's sakes. I don't know what else to add to that.
Thanks for your help. You really arrived in the last moment.
Yeah, sorry, I was looting a bunch of mummies.
Kor Angar sent me. Have you found any sign of the sleeper?
Not so far. But what about Iberian? Has he come to yet?
No, he's still unconscious.
We need to solve the riddle of these caves. After all these dreadful losses, I can't go back to the community empty-handed. But my fighting skills are limited, and the orcs don't react to my magic spells like the gullible people in the old camp do. If our brotherhood sent you, maybe you could help me with the further investigation of this tomb.
Sure.
I'll help you.
Good. Excellent. There are 3 tunnels leading out of this hall. We should search them all. Go ahead. I'll follow you.
Okay. Yes, yes, and I don't think it's blown out of proportion, respectively, Sub-Zero. I can tell you objectively, definitively. The only thing I can tell you definitively is that one of the things that Microsoft has already done is fired a large number of people in QA and support and replaced them with LLMs, as well as trying to shove LLMs into every system in order to try and, once again, create a market by insisting that everyone use them, and therefore it will be cool, and blah, blah, blah. Like, if everyone's using it, you know, obviously at that point it's just normal, right? And then they'll want more. The other thing, this is the fun one, Windows Defender has gotten noticeably worse lately because the way that most antivirus programs work, regardless of which antivirus program that is you have to, they reach out to a separate database, and that database maintains a list of known viruses and hackers, probably like that. Now, that has been a very good system, which has worked very well for a very long time. The people who maintain those databases have started using LLMs in order to flag programs and software as viruses. The quantity of false flags has increased by factors of thousands. No, no, not millions, Traxia. Billions. They will lose billions when the bubble finally bursts on their face. And that'll be problematic. No joke, one of the biggest reasons... Obviously, I don't like downgrading to newer Microsoft Windows operating systems because almost every push forward is worse than the previous version. Like, I'm sorry, Windows 7 is still better than Windows 10. However, in Windows 11's case in specific, Windows 11 is trying so hard to just kind of sneak in LLM updates everywhere, into every crevice and corner of it. Yeah, no, I'm good. That would take a while to answer Solia, though. So rather than go through that, I will simply immediately walk away from the argument. Windows 10 is already unsupported, last I checked.
Can't go on here. Maybe these niches bear hints.
Thanks, dude. Was it October? It doesn't matter. Doesn't change anything. Really, it doesn't. Yeah, if someone ever actually forces me to switch to Windows 11, which that did happen with Windows 10, and it was a professional reason to a specific game. I don't remember which one required Windows 10, and it was like, all right, that's my job. I got to do that at that point. I will just bother to go ahead and rip it out piece by piece until it approaches something actually approximating a good operating system. Because Microsoft, for years, this is nothing new, for years has loved to put ease of use features into their operating system that take more control away from your OS from you and do things I don't want them to. LLMs is just another in a bajillion line of things like that. This is nothing new. Yeah, we actually have a hard ban on any game that's only on the Microsoft Store now, after our experience with Halo Wars 2. Because that was stupid. The amount of hoops I had to jump through just to get a freaking... to buy a game was stupid. What happened? Go watch the Halo 2 Wars run. Halo Wars 2 run. I talk about it at the very beginning in more detail. I don't remember the specifics right now. As for why not switch to Linux? I play video games for a living. Linux might someday get to the point where it is user-friendly enough to not be a waste of my time to switch to, because I play an inordinately huge quantity and variety of video games from across decades of computing history, including the one I'm playing right now. There are plenty of games I could probably get running on Linux just fine out of the box, and then there's other ones that other people have probably done the prep work for me to get those games running on Linux, and then there's everything else. What am I looking for here? Ah, here we go.
I found a piece of parchment.
I already found the parchment.
Like an Orcish spell scroll, but it's been torn in two. There must be another half somewhere.
Okay. Anthem. So I am one of the only people in the world who has actually beaten Anthem. Actually gone through the whole main campaign, finished the last boss, did the whole quest chain. I think I have earned the right to say that it is one of the most absolutely frustratingly nonsensical, is the word I'm going to use, games that I have ever played in my life. There are so many design decisions in Anthem which make absolutely no sense. Where did the dude go? He's stuck. Yes, I actually wrote down on the website, we mathed it out how long each crash was on average. It was very rapid fire. In some cases, we were having trouble finishing quests. Yeah, I played it on stream. We were having trouble finishing quests because quests were longer than how frequently I was crashing. We did it, though. Beat the whole game. I liked the jetpack. But yeah, that VOD is still there, and that review is still archived on the archive page. Hey, Cycloud. Welcome to my special hell. Here's the other parchment.
There is a torn piece of parchment here.
Very good.
Go ahead,
The
Onosians.
other half of the Orcish spell scroll.
And thank you for asking.
What do we do with the two pieces now?
The two halves match, but I can't translate these Orcish signs.
I came across some dead Templars on the way here. What happened?
Master Kor Angar sent us here to investigate the caves. We expected to find nothing but stuffy graves and half-decomposed mummies. Suddenly, the darkness shifted and there were orcs everywhere. I don't know what they're looking for here, but their appearing here is more than unusual.
Where are the other Templars?
Dead. I unwittingly led them to their destruction. I hope the sleeper will pardon me.
He won't, don't worry. That is a good question, Sub-Zero. It's actually been brought up before, even.
Hang on. This is interesting.
Well, I can't find anything interesting in this place.
Be silent and take a look at the ornamental runes in this cave. Yeah, these should suffice to translate the two halves of the parchment.
Okay.
I have it. It's a teleportation spell. It seems that it can only unfold its powers in a certain place. Strange.
Lost my train of thought. Fallout 4. So yeah, Fallout London, ostensibly, Fallout London is using different architecture and therefore shouldn't run into the same hardware issue that Fallout 4 does. There's a lot of asterisks attached to that. So there's a whole lot of we'll see in Reality Land. If and when I ever do get to that stream, which I don't anticipate happening anytime soon, then what I will probably do, and this is something I've been thinking about doing anyways whenever I finally move and get set up in a new place, is I will buy another SSD whose only job is to be a burner SSD for things like that. Just a small little SSD, you know, like 100 gig or something like that. Holy crap, that guy hurts. Holy crap, okay. Okay. What's already on the website is what you will see for Traxia. I spent several days putting that together. I always love it when I put tons of time and effort into putting something on the website and someone says, can you do this other thing too? And it's like, okay. I feel unvalued, you know? Alright, let's see if we can manage this nonsense. Okay, so he does join the fight. That's actually good to know. Yeah, you're stuck in the train. Stuck in the train. Whisper. Okay, he's stuck in a wall. Perfect, perfect. Oh man, it's so good, Cycloud. Hey, you want to help me fight this guy? Nope, as soon as I die, he pulls out his weapon. But not before. I mean, I can give you a brief overview right now, but I already did, actually. The problem is, the first 3 seasons were not really great to start off, but they got better and better and better and better until the end of Season 3, which concluded with a big, climactic, epic final battle called The Final Battle. Then Season 4 started, and they not only went back to really gross, stupid Nickelodeon humor, lots of fart jokes, but also the quality of writing just went away. All of a sudden, characters would just do things. No logic to them, no reason. Plot elements would happen or not, in some cases. Story sequencing was non-existent in huge swaths of padding. Like, just every element of the quality of the show, from Season 4 to 7, just nosedived. But yes, sorry, to answer your question, Solahila, yeah, I have no problem reviewing a mod or like a specific version of a game, because you know how sometimes games actually vary, unlike the NES or the Genesis or the N64, the PS3 version or the PC version or whatever. You get the idea. Really, Trihexy, which part did that like best? The fact that they completely neutered the main villain, the fact that the Mary Sue was actually made into even more of a Mary Sue than before, the fact that they got rid of the actual best character in the show, in admittedly the best scene in the entire show, but then never referenced it again even once. Not once, by the way. Yeah, no, I spit on it. Season 7 of Dragon Prince is one of the worst seasons of television I've ever seen. And the only reason that's been surpassed is I have covered Reboot now. Fireball, huh? So what you're saying is those people are deranged, is what I'm hearing. Yes, Dream Whisperer. Claudia, Sub-Zero. Okay, that did do something, so that's good to know. Okay, that was a thing. That is a very slightly better axe. Do we have the stats to equip it? We do. Actually, wait. What is our strength? 35. Yeah, we've got that. We've got that. Yes, sir. She's not evil, though, as the show makes very clear. Her second last scene in the entire show is her proclaiming how she's actually one of the good guys. No, Triaxia. Anyone who's saying that does not understand what that term means. Oh, it's a two-hander. The good news is, we have actually trained two-handing. We have trained two-handing. I have said some weird sentences in my life, but that's one of them. Oh god, the timing is completely different. Okay, hang on. Just do this a little bit there. Yeah, I think I might go back to the other axe. My thinking there, come on. My thinking there was I was going to switch to the big axe because the big axe is worth less. Not worthless, it's with... The one-handed axe is worth a lot of money, so I could have sold it. A Mary Sue has several key things that make up what a Mary Sue is, but all of them don't matter so much as this one. They warp the narrative around them. The entire story, the world building, other characters, plot elements, all of those are twisted around the existence of the Mary Sue in order to make them right or correct or cool or more interesting or more, or they win, right? Yeah, and if you ever hear me talk about a capital R right character, that is a Mary Sue. That is a character who is right because the writing says it is, because the author says they are, not because anything logical or reasonable follows through that. This is actually very common in Star Trek Enterprise, especially early Enterprise, where there's an apple on a table, and Archer walks up and says, "That's not an apple." And someone else walks up and says, no, this is an apple. And someone takes a bite out of it. Oh, this is a really good apple. And then they do a deep tissue scan, and they scan this thing with a tricorder, and they say, yep, it's an apple. And Archer the entire time is like, it's not an apple. It's not an apple. Nothing has earned this. But then at the end of the episode, there's a big twist. It's not an apple. Archer was right. The entire narrative twisted around to make him correct. Make sense? There's other elements of what a Mary Sue is. They have to be just a little bit better than everyone else. Usually there's some kind of cool factor there. A good example of this is if other people lick their boots without any real reason for doing so. I will use Archer again as an example while we're here. There's an episode called... I can't think of the name of it. We were literally talking about it like 2 days ago. The slave race episode. Can't think of the name of it all of a sudden. Cogenitor, that's it. In that episode, there's a scene where Archer just absolutely lays into Tucker for having done all the right things. And I want to stress this, that I am speaking, in generics, but the episode...
This place has a special aura. The aura of the hidden.
This hall reminds me of the image in the vision.
The vision. We're very close to our target.
Okay. Cool. God, I hate that episode so much. So, yeah, Cogenitor. The episode goes way out of its way to make sure that you see that Tucker is going way out of his way in order to do his due diligence, right? He's not being presumptive. He's not being culturally insensitive. He's not being diplomatically foolish. He is actually going way out of his way to do the right thing, and he does. Then, getting to the Mary Sue part, Archer tears him a new one. Now, hang on. As of this exact moment in time in the episode, Archer is not a Mary Sue. Until the episode makes it clear that Archer is right all along, and how dare we judge them for who they are. Ding number one, Archer was right. And Tucker is like, I'm so sorry, you're absolutely right. I don't know what I was thinking. And not only accepts the punishment, but completely agrees with Archer on every point. Apologizes and basically does all but kowtow to him, if you've seen the scene in question. Point number two. That's a Mary Sue.
Behind this wall. That must be it. My magic powers are still very weak. Use the Orcish teleportation spell here, in front of this wall.
Okay, sure. This is a thing that cannot possibly go wrong. I'll just teleport into a wall. I trust you, sir. Oh, I have no mana. How do I restore mana without chugging mana potions? This is what everyone in chat says, you don't! And I'm like, well, sleep. Got it, so hang on. I've been stockpiling these stupid things for a reason. So Path of Exile. I'm going to admit I have no particular interest in reviewing Path of Exile, especially since I actually understand how ridiculously and ludicrously complex Path of Exile is. How many, I'd say, weeks it would take, probably about 3 or 4 weeks to actually cover Path of Exile properly. So that combined with obvious multiplayer focus equals, nah, I'm good. Okay. I'll laugh if I don't have the mana to cast this. It was 6? Yeah, here we go. Okay. Actually, yeah, Mr. Red. Berman very much feels like he's... Archer feels like a stand-in for Berman in several ways. There is a campaign, a story mode in Path of Exile.
You found the hidden place. My instincts have not deceived me.
Now, when exactly that campaign...
Looks more like another burial chamber to me.
We need to proceed. Go ahead. I'll follow you.
When exactly that campaign ends is actually a matter of debate. But there is an actual campaign and story arc to Path of Exile. I have seen it. I actually saw it when it came out, Elizar, when it was known. I was there, Gandalf. I was there when South Park failed. It was an amusing enough episode, a little bit low tier in terms of overall humor when it comes to South Park, in my opinion. Only really notable because of the fact that they actually got connection to the Warcraft devs for making part of it. I'm not even going to go into how many things they get wrong, because that's sort of the point, is that it's a parody. I am infinitely amused that Asshole's father is the guy they modeled the lifeless dweeb off of. That wasn't funny then, but it sure as hell is funny now. Yeah, for those of you who didn't know that, by the way. Sword of Faith. No, that wasn't actually Frostmourne. It was a different sword, which they did add to the Noxdramas raid shortly thereafter. Get up here. Never mind. Sword of Death, huh? Well, that sounds like a safe thing to loot. It's actually less damage than my axe. That was really funny. That's really funny that it's actually worse. Hi, Disco. Alright, it's time to kill Disco. Bam! There we go. Done. Wait, why did I kill Disco again? Oh, because it's not the 70s anymore. I'm out of water. Okay. I can do this. I can go several more hours without one. Maybe I should just get one. I don't know. Hang on. Is this it? Is there anything else here? Aw, that poor dog. We're not the only social creatures in the world, are we? Okay, so do you know who Thor is? I actually can't remember his frickin' name. Honestly, I don't respect him enough to care. Well, he's an asshole. Okay. Yeah, Pirate Software. He is a colossal dickweed who has been a fraudulent dick for years. I actually would like to take total credit for the fact that he's being exposed because I called that a long time ago. I actually called it literal years ago. There is video evidence of this, actually, as a friend of mine looked into recently. Someone asked me during one of the polemic days about him, two polemic days ago, and I just laid down like, God, he's just the worst. He's just a scummy, scammy asshole. And I gave some specifics as to why and wherefore. And everyone was like, what? I thought he was cool. Fast forward a couple years, and here we are. And everyone knows now that I was right all along. And let me tell you, I hate being right about crap like that. Anyways, the Blizzard, it's so... Yeah, so, anyways... No, Eleazar. If you don't know who he is, don't worry about it. Anyway, so he's scum, right? Well, the only reason he ever got a job, he's a Nepo baby. The only reason he ever got a job is because of his dad. His dad got him that job. And his dad is the person who the lifeless dweeb is bottled after in that episode. You have to have 7 Elwyn boars. That's hysterical. I love it, Jay Palmer. Equip this. And equip this for absolutely no reason. So, good thing I have a walkthrough, because otherwise I'd be very confused. The quest is over. We actually can go turn in now. He bowed out of Blizzard before Warlords, and I think their cinematic team has actually gotten better since then, personally. But I don't want to speak too ill of him. Most of my ire is for his son. Okay. What are you doing, buddy? I do still think ill of him, though, to be quite clear. A Nepo baby is nothing without the person who gives him that slot, after all. Well, like I said, Solohiel, it's a good thing I have a walkthrough, because otherwise I would have just left. Oh, plenty of it, Disco. here we are at the dead end. Still refusing to talk to me. Okay, okay. There we go.
No, this can't be true. There's nothing here but dust and bones. No! Master, speak to me. Sleeper, reveal yourself. No!
That was it. Now he's gone completely crazy.
What? Who are you saying that to?
This is all your fault. Your unholy presence has enraged the almighty Sleeper.
What?
Oh, I shall have to suffer for your sacrilegious behavior. I need to make a sacrifice for the Master. A human sacrifice! Then he'll be sure to enlighten me and make me his servant. Die, infidel!
This is impeccable, really. You get some health, don't you, boy? Should have sent a poet. Plus to story, that scene. I'm not even joking. That was fantastic. Oh, I guess I should rob him.
You won't have much time to be sorry for it.
So there's our first coup de grace. Oh no, I guarantee you that was not intentionally bad acting. I guarantee it. So he doesn't drop any armor, I'm very sad. He does drop the Judgment Sword, which is crap. I don't know if he wasn't doing much damage to me. I have 70 armor. He has a 30 damage sword. Anyways, he's dead. Oh my gosh, I've become a servant of the Sleeper. He was right all along. That's actually the first guy I've killed this entire game, Disco. No joke. I have killed scores of goblins and orcs and birds, and lizards and wolves. That's the first person I've killed. And I will now kill again. Oh yeah, bugs. Killed a bunch of bugs. Yes, my bugs too. Yeah, I could have left. I'm pretty sure the quest updated the moment he started raving at me. Look, if you don't speak American, are you even really alive? Do you count as a person? That's right, the Gobos don't have a flag. Oh my god, that's horrifying, Solila. That's worse than killing him. If I could just be bold for a second. That is horrifying. God, how do you spell blase? Apparently I did it correctly. Nope, okay. Never mind then. Do we at least get a level in there? No. We're close to a level. But we didn't actually get a level. I'm really curious where the story's going at this point, because, like, the plot has officially started. It started back in chapter 2, but, like, huh? Yes? I'm telling you, there is no sleeper. That's why he can't hear anything. He's just like, no! And everyone's like, we gotta wake the sleeper. We've gotta wake the sleeper. And, like, the sleeper is just... Oh no, I've got it. It's their shadow from the Persona setting. Which I think is the id? I actually don't remember. And the drugs pull them out, right? It's like, oh man, let me just do some drugs. And that's what evokes the sleeper, which is different for each person. Oh, that's even better, Blade of all. What? What do you want? Do you want time and attention and love and affection? Because at some point in your life, you will have that, I swear. I know. Not right now. At some point you will, I swear. Maybe. Back any musicals? I don't remember, sorry. I enjoyed Rent well enough. I think that's a good stopping place right there. Who'd win between 50 wolves and a fire mage? I don't know, how good is that fire mage? We're looking for the dude up top, I think. Why do you claw at me? Why do you claw at me?
That's how it goes.
I can't feed you yet. It's not dinner time yet. And I'm trying to keep you regular for your good. Because I want you to be healthy and I want you to not be in pain. I want you to have a nice, long, good life. Okay? So I'm not going to feed you until it is time to feed you so you have regularity.
If you think that wasn't very clever.
Where is the Orc Cemetery?
Where is the Orc Cemetery?
Not far from here.
I have been to the Orc Cemetery.
I've been to the Orc Cemetery. There was nothing there. No sleeper, no sign, no nothing.
What about Baal Lucor and the Templars?
They're all dead.
Dead? But why? What happened?
The entire cave system is teeming with orcs. They killed all of the Templars. Baal Lucor and myself survived, but suddenly Baal Lucor went mad. He screamed that the sleeper had ordered him to kill me, and he intended to obey this order.
It would appear he couldn't handle the fact that he hadn't found anything. I don't believe that the influence of the sleeper can cause such violent deeds. It cannot, irrelevant. The most important thing is that Baal Lucor did not succeed in his madness. Iberion is our only hope now.
Okay.
How is Iberion doing?
He won't wake of his own accord, and he is growing weaker and weaker. I know how to wake him up, but I need your help.
What do you want me to do?
Get me the healing herbs from the swamp. 5 of the strongest kind should be sufficient. Please, hurry.
You shouldn't believe everything you hear.
Okay.
You have to watch.
Well, I'm going to AFK for a minute, because I probably shouldn't stream for another hour plus without actually drinking water. Let me just kind of scooch over here. So you don't hear their scintillating conversation. But, okay, hang on. Well, I was gonna go get water, but Solihila tells me I can't go get water yet. So I'm gonna go not get water.
I'm not listening to all that blathering anymore.
Same old... I wouldn't like to...
You
What?
should rely on somebody and you're in trouble.
How can I become a Templar?
First, you will have to serve as a novice for a bit.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. I'm not doing it yet. Okay, so next.
Some people never learn.
Where can I find these plants?
Search for them in the swamp behind the camp.
That's ever likely
You need to go
change.
very deep into it, but mind the swamp sharks don't get you. And now, don't waste my time. Go.
You're very probably right.
How will I recognize these herbs?
They look like a star with 8 green and orange leaves. On your way now.
Rely on somebody and you're in trouble. That's how it goes.
I haven't found enough healing herbs yet.
Maybe Fortuno, the herbs trader, has some in stock. Hurry, I need 5 of them. Iberian doesn't have much time left.
Let's talk
Really
about
my
something
problem.
else instead.
Okay. So now, I'm gonna go water.
When things would have gone very differently.
You think I'm going to feed you, don't you?
If you think... There was a time when things would have gone very...
Because it is unfair of me to get up if you associate that with food. Get your food.
People always talk.
I wouldn't like to be in his shoes, though. Some people never learn.
Eat up.
I doubt that's
You
ever
dumb
likely to
cat.
change.
I do like getting eaten by sharks. In the Culgrim, no!
If you think...
There was a time when things would have gone very differently.
I better keep out of it.
I'm not listening to all that blathering anymore.
I thought that had been cleared up ages ago.
There was a time when things would have gone very
People always
differently.
talk. You have to watch what you tell people.
Let's talk about something else instead. You're very probably right. As long as I'm not involved.
It's not really my problem. It's not really my problem.
That won't happen again.
That wasn't very clever.
Same old story every time. That wasn't very clever. There was a time
keep
when
it to
things would have
yourself.
gone
People
very
don't need to know
differently.
it. You have to watch
Same
what you
old
tell
story
people.
every time. I doubt that's ever likely to change.
You shouldn't believe everything you hear. I thought that had been cleared up ages ago.
There must be something about that story
It was
after all.
obvious that there would be trouble ahead.
That won't happen again.
By the way, did you like that we pronounced herbs and herbs literally one sentence across from each other?
I'd better keep out of it.
Rely on somebody and you're in trouble. That's how it goes.
Tuna, huh? Where the hell is that?
You shouldn't believe everything.
Let's see. Drugs. Sorry. I was gonna go to the alchemy thing anyways. That's right. Are you? You.
What have you got for me?
Here, take 3 rolls of swampweed. It's northern dark. Good stuff. You can have more of it every day. But if you want more than your daily ration, well, you need to pay. If you find berries and herbs on the paths between the camps, you can bring them to me. I'll buy them off you.
I want to trade.
What do you want from me?
All your money. And your herbs.
You shouldn't believe everything you hear. Let's talk about something else instead.
Yes, there's a daily ration of drugs here.
Well, hang on. Better not go rushing into anything.
Oops. Yeah, that's good enough. Money. Yeah, your GP or your HP. The choice is yours. I'd rather not kill you. But I will without hesitation. Yeah, what do you want to live in? Dilapidated huts, a cave, or a swamp? Yeah, I'm gonna kill myself rather than pick any of those.
Talk about something else. Some people, as long as... I'm not listening to all the blathering anymore.
I have the healing herbs for Iberian.
Well done. Iberian woke up for a short time while you were out.
Did he say anything?
Yes, he said that the sleeper is not what we think he is. We must try not to awaken him again. All we can do is hope that it is not too late for Iberian.
As long as
People always talk.
Iberian is dead. Our spiritual
What?
leader has left us. Even your quick help could not prevent his death.
What now, Court
Oh,
Engar?
thank God.
I have always trusted Iberian. Shortly before he died, he placed all his hopes on the escape plan of the Magicians of Water.
Then we should support the Magicians of Water in their plan.
They'll need the Focus and the Almanac. Both things are still in Kor Kalam's possession.
Where is Kor Kalam?
In a rage, he set out with a couple of Templars to find his own way to the sleeper.
Damn, how can we get the Focus now?
I believe he left the book and Focus in his laboratory. Here is the key for the chest.
Okay.
That won't happen again.
Sure.
One moment.
Yes?
Take this rune of magic as a sign of our gratitude for your great deeds. This will allow you to teleport fast and easily to the courtyard of our temple whenever the need arises.
Thank you.
Now is when you give me that. So it was never a tech issue. It was never a coding issue. You could have always given me a TP.
As long as I'm not involved. If you think
It was obvious that there would be trouble ahead.
that's really
Okay.
not my problem.
Some people never learn.
But keep it to yourself. People don't need to know.
There must be something about that story
I'm not
after
listening
all.
to all that blathering anymore.
You have to watch what you tell people.
Now here's the funny part.
About that story after all.
We were just given a fast travel. Well, a waypoint to here, right? A recall to here. We now have to go to the opposite end of the map from here. Think about that for a second. Oh my God, it's a woman.
You're not allowed to talk to us.
Okay. There's multiple women? Huh? What have they been doing here? I noticed they have the exact same lines as the slaves. I don't know if that's deliberate or not. Contacting the sleeper. Uh-huh. And does that involve them disrobing? Alright, where's the chest that this key is for? The walkthrough doesn't actually help me. It just says it's in Cor Kalam's laboratory. Back to the lab. To the lab! We just keep going back to that frickin' drug lab. That's what, 4 quests now? Hang on, 1, 2, 3, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 5 quests now that go here, that I've seen. I get the feeling that the drug camp has a thing about drugs. Is that... Does anyone else get that vibe? They're all about the sleeper. And how do they get to the sleeper? Drugs. They have daily free rations of drugs. I don't know what else to say about that. Alright, there it is.
You shouldn't believe everything you hear.
And now, for the 700,000th time, we have to cross the entire map again. So if this was a YouTube video, this would be like, oh hey, we just have to make our way across the map again. And then, you know, there would be an edit and then we'd be there. From the ball merchant. Sure thing, let's talk to the ball merchant here. I know. He's not there. That sounds terrible, Cycloud. Why would you envision such a thing?
Hey, you!
Beat it!
Out of my hut or
So, you do know what's good for you.
Yeah, honestly, as awful as it sounds, I have played games with worse backtracking than those.
Hey, you! Disappear from my hut!
Seriously, that is a real thing I've really encountered. Daggerfall's kind of a weird one, because Daggerfall leans on its fast travel. Kind of like Starfield, actually. But no. Kingdoms of Amalur is... Most of the quest design in that game is go to a location, and then walk back. Then go to a location, and then walk back. And then go to a location, and then walk back. Do this 700,000 times. I am barely exaggerating.
I want to acquire
I'm just gonna buy all of them. I've got the swords for that, right? Here, I have a bunch of orc blades. I have so many orc blades. Would you like orc blades? I have orc blades. Okay, it's not enough for you. Would you like another orc blade? How about crappy blades? Oh, Jesus Christ, why are you overcharging so much? These are just haste potions. They're very expensive. I don't care how expensive they are. Look at my haste potions. There. my god, Solahila. Hang on, I want to repeat that joke for those of you who don't actually read chat. So I've been selling a bunch of swords to this person to buy his medicine, and I guess that means it pays to be a sellsword. I mean, if you think about it, you can do this in basic D&D. Some D&D games, and of course tabletop, will make it so that, like, the random-ass bandits, whoa, that you fight will drop all of the loot that they were using. So all of a sudden you have, like, 10 copper swords and 3 leather shields and, you know, crap. It's not worth that much, really. If anything, this is weird because a lot of this gear is actually worth something. Probably because we're in a prison colony where getting a hold of this stuff is kind of hard to do. Okay. So he doesn't care about me now. I gave him his food, and now he's just wandering off. Wait. Did I find the exit? I think I found the exit. Maybe. This does not really look like the exit. Is it? This does not look like the exit at all. Where the hell is this? Well, you see, Mr. Floyd Pickerton, it's been so long since I played that game that I actually don't remember the specific plot point you're bringing up. So unfortunately, I have no idea, and cannot speak to that off the top of my head. I'm going to go with Solahila's answer. Drugs. I'm just circling the town because at some point I'm going to find the exit, like, logically, right? That's just a normal thing. If I keep going around the edge of the town, eventually I will find the exit of this stupid place. I know what it looks like, I just haven't seen it yet. This is the only town I don't have a good mental map for, which I suppose makes sense, because you come here and you get drugged. Okay, so I'm on the opposite side of the exit now. How the hell? Nah, it's okay, because I know where I am now. There's the temple. The exit's in the middle. Ah! There's a town in Asheron's Call which is like that. It's one of the most confusing to navigate towns in the entire game. It's so bad that after launch, they only added one quest to that town ever. To be clear about what I mean by that, Asheron's Call periodically would go back and add new NPCs, new interactables, and otherwise new stuff, new content to previously existing zones, towns, dungeons, etc. That was normal because the world was so huge, they would just pepper stuff everywhere. And there's usually some design to what they would pepper where, right? That town, they left alone. With one exception. There's one quest that went through there. I just want to read that out loud too. So Inosians just said, it'd be neat if the barrier was always visible, so it would help with navigation, which I agree with. Which Solahila says, sometimes it is. So sometimes it's always visible? No, that makes sense. I do agree, though. I'm a big fan of landmark design in general. Yeah, all it cost me was 100 ore, which, to be clear, is not a small ask at this point. The potion description literally says, enables you to sprint for 2 minutes. Don't tell anyone my secret identity, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. Don't want people figuring it out. Yeah, I was going to say, we needed a bunch of ore for the armor that we're getting in one chapter. After that, I'm not sure there's really much of a wish list. Like, we've officially gotten ahead of the item curve. We have been, arguably, for a bit now. Like, we started off dirt poor, and we're probably the richest person on the island right now. Oh, the game is so good. It's just so... Watch this gameplay, Mr. Red. Watch it. Watch it. Oh, several have, Mr. Floyd, but I don't remember all of them off the top of my head. Let's see. There was... Venge Attack? What's the name of that stupid game? I wrote it down. EU5 I've already been interested in, so that wasn't really new, but yes, I am also curious where they're going with that. We'll see. That's a big we'll see, but I'm at least interested in it. Yeah, it's weird, Colburn, how that works out. I'll just pull up my spreadsheet here. Yes, I have a spreadsheet for this. I have a spreadsheet for everything. Dench Attack is what it's called. DNCH Attack. You play as a train, and describing the gameplay would be difficult without using an example. So I'll just say, imagine a Sonic 3D game, but you play as a train. Another one that caught my attention was Void Breaker, a game I will not shut up about how well they marketed it. It's probably not going to be a good game. What do you want to bet? But it looked interesting, at the least. It is a first-person shooter rogue progression game. Dawn of War 4 is a whole lot of we'll see, because so far I have liked exactly 0 of the Dawn of War games, unless we count Dark Crusade as its own game, which is the only Dawn of War game that actually scored positively. As a reminder, we have streamed all 3 Dawn of War games and reviewed 1 and 2 post-Oblivion. They didn't do very well. Lego Batman Legacy looked pretty interesting, actually. That one caught my eye. What else? There's this game that used to be called Jump Ship. They actually changed their name. I think it's Jump Space now. That one's got my eye. And what else? Yes, Ismira Star. Yes, it did. Ah, yeah, the Voyager Management Sim. I'm very curious what they're going to do with that one. That's another we'll see. Try not to be too hopeful about it kind of a situation. So, we'll see. On the plus side, the worst it will probably be is a boring mobile game. Not Mobage. That's different. Just mobile. It goes down from there. Hello, Cubic. I don't know how to say that. Cubsius? Cubkius? Cubkius? There's a lot of ways to say that. Hello, person. I do not know how to pronounce your name. I apologize. Cubsius or Cubsius? Once I get it, I'll get it in my head, but I need to know it first. So why is this game a beloved classic? Actually, we were talking about that earlier. So this game came out at a unique point in PC RPG history. The immediate follow-through leading into this. So before this, Cubsius, excuse me. That was the second one. Cubsius. Cubsius? Am I getting closer? The immediate predecessors to this were all, how do I say this as nicely as possible? Total garbage. We had the gold...
Hey, you!
So we had the gold box games, and, you know, the likes of the Wizardry, Ultima. Oh my god!
Never do
Okay, let's forget about our little argument.
Yeah, Might and Magic, Wizardry, and Ultima and the Gold Box, right? So that was the old PC games. Right before this game came out, there was a slew of what is effectively the beginning of the CRPG era. So we've got Fallout 1, we've got Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, we've got Daggerfall, and there's one other one I'm forgetting right now. None of which are what I would call good games, but games that were starting to pull out... oh yeah, Planescape Torment, that's the other one. Games that were starting to pull out of, you know, the Gold Box era, trying to actually push computer RPGs a bit forward. And then this came out, and this was nothing like any of them. It was its own little corner over here. It was down to earth, it had different vibes, it had some unique styles and approaches to things like combat or item progression or quest design, and of course the overall vibe of the game. It has issues, it has flaws, as all computer games do at this particular point in history, but you could see why it would hook people, especially since it was from Germany, which was considered pretty unusual at that particular point in history. While there were plenty of German games that predate this, including both Anno and Settlers, it was still considered a big splash for a German RPG to come out, what is effectively the first ERPG, and the inventor of the term Eurojank. So Gothic came out at a perfect time and managed to do enough right to catch enough people's interest in order to get stuck on trees as you're trying to get back to camp. I love how my arm clips through my shoulder piece every time I walk, every step I take. I'm tempted to just straight up murder Lefty, because that's not the first time he's come after me. Let's save this time. Honestly, if this game came out, I hope the remake is good. If this game came up, you know, now, it probably wouldn't do particularly well. But if this game came out with a few polishing past things, more modern quality of life features, I don't mean get rid of the jank. The jank's part of it. I mean like what's going on right now. And like things like a better improvements to the control scheme, or moving forward the fast travel system, or you get it. Like all of the interface, selling stuff, looting things, just kind of polishing over some of the more interface mechanical side of things. I think people would actually still like this game now if it had that additional polishing pass over it. Yeah, the quality of life stuff, exactly.
I'm not listening to all that.
So I'm gonna just try this and see what happens.
Hey, you!
Okay, okay! He's had enough. Okay, okay!
The fight's been decided.
Okay, okay!
I'm just gonna rob you blind, because you made the foolish mistake of attacking me. Are we done here? Huh? Huh? We done here, Lefty?
You won't have much time to be sorry for it.
Okay. Moving on.
You'll be sorry for that.
Ah, it's you. My friend Lester from the swamp camp told me all you did there. For somebody who hasn't been here for long, you've come quite a way.
I came quite close to becoming worm food a few times, too.
I love this acting.
Why did you take part in one of the gang's raids?
Who says I did?
Why would you have so much of the stuff if it wasn't true?
Don't you think that this is all from one haul?
You take part in raids regularly?
If I did, I couldn't tell you. Lee wouldn't like that one bit.
I see.
Anyways, he just gave me 21 items. I don't know what he gave me, but he gave me something. Yeah, I'm so small. Gothic guy, he's a little guy.
I have an important message for the Magicians of Water.
Then you should talk to Satyrus. He's the highest of the water mages and spends all day studying some writings or other. But no matter how important your message is, the guards of the upper level won't let you through to him.
Can't you put in a good word for me?
I can't, but Kronos, the keeper of the ore, might be able to give you permission.
Okay, thank you.
See you later.
And the reason I'm not handing out the water again is because I did it the first time and it took absolutely bloody forever. So he was like, you need to do it again. And I was like, no, I'm good. And so pound for pound, just knocking his ass out took less time than handing out the water a second time. I call that a win. And yes, I am looking forward to Outer Worlds 2, at least a little bit. Outer Worlds 1 didn't exactly make a huge splash. It was still a good game. I still liked playing it. Now, what am I doing here? Oh, I want to talk to this guy too. Because I believe... Is it you? No. I thought it was you.
You have to watch what you tell people.
You're from the sect camp, aren't you?
We call it the Brotherhood. I'm Baal Kagan. The sleeper be with you.
Right, okay. You are not who I wanted. Never mind, never mind. Piece of false edit. Y'all look alike to me.
It's not really my problem.
I wouldn't like to be in it.
Hello.
Keep it to yourself. People don't need to know.
I have an important message for Satyrus.
What could be so important that our spiritual leader should interrupt his important studies for it?
If you think
Same old story every time.
wasn't very clever.
Nobody counts Fortnite.
Iberian, the leader of the sect camp, is dead.
What? How could that happen?
The Brotherhood performed a ritual, invoking their god. It seems the mental strain was too much for Iberian.
That's very sad. Iberian was a reliable ally, but it's no reason to justify interrupting Satyrus' studies. May I pass through here?
What?
I'm not listening to all the blathering anymore.
But... Okay, hang on.
Hello.
Same old story.
Kor Kalam has left the Brotherhood with some fanatical Templars. He wants to find the sleeper on his own and wake him up at all costs.
I've never trusted him, second guru or not. He's vain, insidious, and he's capable of anything. The Brotherhood is better off without him. I'll tell Satyrus about it as soon as I get the chance. Leave now.
No, but I need...
Pass through. Hello.
I need the frickin'...
It's not really my problem.
The gurus have recognized that they're praying to an evil archdemon.
All of a sudden, they now think their sleeper is a demon? Sounds like another mad idea of the Brotherhood, but... should they be right, all of us in the colony here might be in grave danger. You must report to Satyrus at once. He must decide what is to be done.
Where can I find Satyrus?
Go to the upper level. Tell the guards there that you have my permission to pass. The password is Tetriandoch. Satyrus is by the pentagram. He spends almost all day there, studying how to blow up the big ore mound. May I pass through here?
Okay.
I thought that'd be cleared up ages ago.
Do demons exist in this setting? Also, maybe I missed something. I don't remember there being like an evil demon thing. He was just like, no, I cannot believe that the sleeper's evil. You need to go find out what's happening. Like, did I miss a step there? Or are we just lying in order to get in to see the dude? Because that's what that felt like. May I pass through here? Okay, the password is... this one, I believe.
The password is Tetriandach.
That's right. You may pass.
May I pass through here? Sorry. I'll shut up.
It was obvious that there would be trouble.
Maybe.
Greetings.
Your name is Nefarious.
Who are you?
I am Nefarious, magician of the Circle of Water.
His name. Did your parents hate you, or what?
Where can I find Satyrus?
Go through the big round gate. You'll find him there.
I'd like to become a magician of the Circle of Water.
Not so fast, my boy. Before we let a young man join us, he needs to have done something great. And he must have served us for some time. If you're really serious, you should join our mercenaries. There you can serve us, and maybe one day you'll be granted a chance to do something great.
Well, there was a time when things would have gone very differently.
Right. Okay, bye, I guess. What the hell? Okay, fine. I'll talk to him, even though I'm sure I know what the dial option is.
Greetings.
Am I ready for the Circle of Water?
I see you've become one of our mercenaries. Very good. Very good. Time will attend to the rest.
Am I ready for the Circle of Water?
I see you. Time.
Am I ready?
I see. Time.
Okay. Well, he's gone crazy. Let's see here.
Greetings.
I have important news from the Brotherhood's camp.
If Kronos gave you permission to visit me, it must be important news indeed.
Iberion is dead. He died during the ritual invocation of the Sleeper.
Iberion dead? That's bad news. Very bad news indeed.
Bad.
Who's leading the Brotherhood now? That power-hungry and deceitful Kor Kalam?
No, Kalam has turned his back on the Brotherhood. He's taken some Templars with him. Nobody knows where they've gone.
Why is that? He was in second place after Iberion.
Certain events have convinced the gurus that their way is the wrong one. Their god seems to be an evil
Where is this coming from?
One of the gurus nearly killed me under the influence of the Sleeper, although I had saved his life just briefly beforehand. Kor Kalam was the only guru who didn't want to admit the true nature of the hellish creature. That's why he's left the camp in the swamp.
I see. Well, at least we're lucky in this regard. Kor Angar is a good man. He's tough, but honest. If anybody could prevent the Brotherhood from falling apart after this spiritual catastrophe, he can.
Okay.
I have this almanac. Iberion used it to charge the focus.
Very good. We need the knowledge contained in this book to charge the 5 original focus stones. I'll take the almanac.
I have this focus.
You're holding the key that can unlock all our bonds. It's one of the 5 focus stones which were used to create the magic barrier. And with the help of the very same focusing power of these stones, we'll tear down the Great Wall of Energy.
But won't that use up an awful lot of power?
True. But in all these years, we've untiringly collected ore instead of trading it for luxuries with our jailers. As you must know, each ore nugget contains a certain amount of magic power. With the aid of the energy thus amassed in the ore mound, we'll be able to destroy the magic barrier.
Sounds dangerous.
The explosion will be merely of a magical nature. It will only destroy everything that's been modified by the magic inside the barrier. There is no danger to us human beings.
Here, take the focus. I hope it really will be of some use to your plans with the ore mound. What are you going to do with the focus and the almanac now?
Nothing. We need the 4 remaining focus stones first. Unfortunately, we don't have any of these 4 magic stones.
I'm willing to find the 4 remaining focus stones for you. After all, I'm quite keen on getting out of here sometime myself.
I must warn you, Searching for them will prove as difficult as it will be dangerous. Since conflict with the old camp is getting worse every day, I cannot give you any mercenary either. You'll be totally on your own.
Well, that's nothing unusual for me. I'll find a way to organize these things.
Your confidence does you credit, but you'll need some items to assist you. Take this map here. It's old, but on it you'll see the original locations of the focus stones when the barrier was created. Also, this spell scroll will enable you to travel back to our camp faster. Finally, you need to speak to Riordian. He brews the potions for the camp. You'll find him in his hut, here, on the upper level. May you return in one piece.
Well, now we have a way to warp here. So we now have a way to warp to the two ends of the map. Now. Now! Okay. Well, now that Blue Wind's here, it's time to chop this up. No, I'm kidding. Thank you for the sub, Pinkerton. Now, here's the deal. You can't add a game to the list and put it towards other things. However, I will add Dawn of War 4 to the list. This long. Oh, I'm curious about it too. Oh. Okay, so now we just have to go do... okay. Yeah, sure. So there's the demon's soul... Demon's... and the souls... what? Oh, sorry, cat. Didn't mean to bother you. And that's the story of demons' souls. Any questions? Okay. Where's Drax? Whatever. Let's check out this amazing map he gave me. Wow, that actually is a map of the entire overworld. For what might actually be the first time. Okay, so we're going... there? How do we get there? Oh, I think I know where that is. Okay, I know where that is. I know where that is.
I doubt that's ever likely to change.
Hi, Blue Wind.
That's really not...
Are you ready for the pulse-pounding, intense action of getting from point A to point B in a game that has no traversal options other than holding down W?
Let's talk about...
You want to bother me again, Lefty?
Maybe that had been cleared up ages ago.
We're almost out of town. Okay, I'll stop being quiet. Listen, potions do not exist.
Let's talk about something.
I suppose this is actually not a bad time to burn one, though. Okay, so...
As long as I'm not involved.
I know. Isn't it great, Blue Wind? can also run like this with my weapon out. Hang on. I should probably have taken a picture of this stupid thing. Ah. I still have the letter to the Magicians of Fire. I never turned it in. Hang on. Let me take a picture of this stupid thing. There we go. Just put that up in the corner there. Okay. Okay, so there's the mine. Yep, so we gotta go through the forest. I figured that. Sorry, gotta do it with the weapon out. Actually, now we're going through the forest, which is around the forest. We're actually, this is how we grind the ore to process it, Mr. Floyd Pickerton. We've also reached the point where all this level 1 and level 2 stuff is officially no longer worth our time, so we're just gonna keep going. Up here, I think? Sure, this looks accurate-ish. We kind of stopped going this way last time because the the dinosaurs got in our way. So let's see if we can do something about the dinosaurs this time. Okay, those still hurt a bit. Yeah, all that armor is really making a difference. So Mr. Floyd asks what I think about the Midnight trailer. I've already given my professional opinion that it's probably the third, I think, best trailer cinematic we've ever had in WoW. Behind War Within and Pandaria, if you're wondering. It's just clear. I'm gonna come back through here anyways. It's easier when I'm not fighting 3 at once. It's terrible, Lord Haremon. Garbage cinematic. You shouldn't watch it. Not worth your time. Go back to classic. Okay. A little bugged. Lost some health to bugs. My favorite thing is to lose health to. Take some money. I probably don't need money at this point, but just in case. You never know. You never know. There is still some armor I'd like to buy. In another chapter after we get all these stupid focusing stones. People like to complain as Miristar. They like to go in that exact tone. Diego?
Hey, I thought you were dead.
Sometimes I thought so myself.
A lot of things have happened since we last met. I hear you've contributed a great deal to the final invocation.
Obviously, you're quite well informed.
Better than you think. Now you're looking for the focus?
Yes, there must be one somewhere around here.
I know where to find one. There's just one problem.
I see. What do you want?
You've really learned your lesson, but that's not what I meant.
No? What's the problem then?
It's 3 tons of a problem. Let's go. You'll understand in a moment.
Yes, we have sufficiently Gothicked it up, Luthor. Appreciate. That is not getting him right now. What is that? Oh, she fell out all dead. That is something that I'm gonna save before I mess with. And write down that's up. Jedi Fallen Order. Survivor. And etc. Thank you, as always, Uthor. I think the biggest issue people are having is that they're getting less stylized with a lot of the faces. They've been doing that for a while now. That's not actually anything new. And people don't like that, and I get it. So just pick up all this loot here. Again, might need it. Never know. Like, the perfect encapsulation of that is look at the Blood Elf woman in the BC.
On the left side of this canyon lies the entrance to a cave that leads to the location of the focus.
All right, but first we have to get rid of that monster over there.
Try to find a weak point or another possibility to defeat the troll. I'll attract his attention.
Are you gonna give me a chance to... Okay. Well, Diego's dead. Anyways, she doesn't look like a human. She doesn't look like an elf. She looks like a fictional character, and that's the point. Yeah, I saw the scroll. I would read it, but like he's dying right now, and I don't want to let my good friend die. Let me finish looting really quick here. A little bit of Uncanny Valley, especially since people aren't used to that from Warcraft in particular, which has always had stylized stuff. That is a big enemy, my god. Which is not even scratched. Holy crap. Okay, we are not scratching the paint there. Okay. Yeah, I would say that transition was made in BFA. Although, no, I'm still going to disagree with that. Legion. Which is jammed. Fine, I'll look at the scrolls. Jesus. Okay. Oh, gotcha. Well, hang on. Let's read the walkthrough, because there's actually a lot of stuff on this walkthrough for this section. I'm guessing there's a lot of ways you can kill this thing. Apparently Diego's immortal. That's good to know. Okay. I must have missed it. Well, either way, Legion to BFA is definitely... Been missing. Legion to BFA is when that transition happened. I wasn't sold on Anduin, really, until the War Within cinematic. That's what did it for me. Bye, Lord Harriman. I look forward to hearing how much you hate it. Statistically speaking, that's what's about to happen. Sorry, Spartan. That's hysterical.
That was fantastic. You're really good. And now, go get the focus. I'll make sure that there won't be any other awkward surprises.
This is when Diego
The
finally
winch seems to be jammed. Let me see. Maybe I can fix it.
turns on me. Main things I liked about it? I actually did an analysis of it, but it's worth noting I did not record that, so it's not on YouTube. You might still be able to find it on Twitch. But if you want a really quick and dirty, it's one of the best. It's very, very symbolic. Liadrin, the woman who was there when the Sunwell was lost the first time, who was part of the decision to destroy it, and who was personally responsible for corrupting it, and who was also there for its redemption when it gained light in addition to arcane, is the one to go and try and redeem herself at it. The actress absolutely nails the desperation and fear, and most importantly of all, doubt in her voice, as she is uncertain if she can do what she needs to do. But doubt is not a deal breaker. As weird as that sound, you can doubt and still do something. Doubt can be healthy, after all. In addition to that, there's a lot of other little details. Oh, the way she prayed to that was just so powerful. There's other little details. For example, when Lorthamar is losing his battle against Zalatath, she's trying to break him down verbally, mentally, because that's her shtick. That's how she approaches things. She has plenty of raw power, but she's of the Void. The Void is more non-literal, right? The Void's whole shtick is to try and bypass your defenses entirely. So she points out to him that his cause is lost, and I'm going to break your world, to which he says, you can't even break one elf. In reaction to that, she loses her cool and decides to go ahead and just use her void powers directly on the nearby elves and him, and yet she doesn't succeed. He was right. She does fail to break even one elf because none of them actually falter. It hurts. It sucks. But they endure. And once he sees the cavalry coming, he shakes it off. There's actually a moment where you can see the void energy it's like 2 frames where it just comes off of him. And when they finally start approaching and fighting back directly, what does she do? She pieces out. There's a wonderful scene. It's very blink and you'll miss it. But as she's hovering there, she's like smiling because she's amused by it. And then her void walkers charge forward, and there's a few seconds there, like maybe 1 second, where you can see that she has vanished in the face of direct opposition, which is very Zalatath. Yeah, it's not quite a wipe cut, but like it's one of those things where there's the person, and then something gets in between the camera and the person, and then when the thing moves, they're gone. Could she still have potentially won against that? Possibly. Better to not try, though. She's playing the long game. She always has. And she has never shied away from backing away from a fight she isn't sure she can win. So one of the things, this is a spoiler, one of the things that she does very, very well in 11.2 is she engineers situations where the solution is what she wants to happen anyways. And then she says, well, this is the only way out. And she's right. She's right. But the only reason they're in that situation to begin with is because she engineered it to get to that point, right? So if she's in a situation where she has not already engineered the situation to her advantage, she tends to peace out and back off because, nope, I'm not risking that. It's something she's done with us at least 3 times by my count. Could you fix it? Did you fix it?
Well, it ought to work now.
If you watch the one with Lorthamar and Liadrin and Zalatath, then you watch the correct one, Lord Ermont. Congrats. Oh yeah, the Void is actually pretty well written. And yeah, that's what happens when you are bored by doubt. You're hearing 2 completely disconnected conversations, Lord Ermont. So, I wasn't sold on Anduin in motion capture until the War Within cinematic. because we were discussing their different approach and how nowadays they're focusing on the motion capture thing. And I wasn't sold on motion capture Anduin until the War Within cinematic. I can't use this thing. Okay, well, he's gonna stay here and fight Gobos, I guess. Yeah, that was... It's honestly my third favorite scene in War Within.
Get the focus, and I'll wait for you here.
Which is the scene that Huthor just referenced. It's the it's the big conclusory scene for the launch MSQ. We've actually already reviewed it. By the way, my specific favorite individual moment, you're new, in the War Within cinematic. God, I'm running into collision issues. It's when Thrall takes a step forward and allows... I can't move. And allows Anduin to rest the tip of his sword against his chest and just says, I trust you. Steadies a trembling sword. Great moment. That hurt. Can I even loot these things? Or is that just... Yeah, okay. Our light is evil storyline? Eh. I don't know if you've noticed, they're doing a whole lot of light and void thematic stuff in gameplay in Midnight. So this is probably the time for it. Pull out your sword, or axe, whatever it is. I do not like these enemies at all. My god. If Midnight is half as good as War Within, we are still eating well. Diego, can you deal with this, please?
Hey, you found the focus! Very good! I think it's time for me to stop by at the old camp again. Good luck.
Make sure you stay alive.
We'll meet again.
Take care.
Yeah, it's garbage, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. Total trash. Worst expansion ever. Never play it. I'm gonna go ahead and spend some skill points while I'm right here, just to even that out. So I need to spend, it's like 5 or the full 9.
Can you teach me something?
Yes.
Let's do the full 9, actually. No, that was dexterity. Shoot.
Your skill come.
Okay, hang on. I got this. I'm very curious about the prey feature, but it sounds like it's going to be either really good or completely boring and abandoned. I'm not sure which it'll be. Probably abandoned. Okay, so strength. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we have even skill.
Your strength has increased. Come back.
Take care.
Whoops, wrong button. There we go. There we go. Yep, 40 skill points left. Strength is 44 now. Let's save over that. Okay, so next, Okay. Let's go and pop a potion. I will admit, without hyperbole, the feature I'm most looking forward to is housing. I'm not ashamed of that. Why are you attacking me? Where am I? Where is this? Oh my god. Okay, so this is obviously not where I want to be. What the hell is that? Okay. Okay, new plan. Yes, welcome to the surface of the sun. Like those lighting effects, those 2001 lighting effects. I could see that, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. I'm sure Blade Travel would hate it too, because, you know, War Within's theme is mental illness and trauma, and overcoming that. And it's everywhere. Side quests, main quests, it is immersed throughout the entire bit. There's even societal trauma, which they overcome during the Undermine patch. It's like if you did an entire expansion based on multiverses. It doesn't matter how good it is, at some point or other, I'm just not going to like it. We have a term for that. It's called coffee. Excuse me. Excuse me. Yeah, Koresh, yeah, kind of leans into that, too. I want to go this way. Whoops, I want to get stuck in a tree, apparently. Yeah, we get to see two different sides of the completely crumbled Koreshi society. Well, we're not doing Patch Within until 11.2.7, one way or the other. To my knowledge, we don't even have a release date for 11.2.5 yet. So, no, in short, Dream Whisperer. For those of you not aware, we're not doing it until 11.2.7, just to be very, very clear about that. What? Okay. Thoughts on Legion Remix? Can't wait to do it. Haven't decided what class I'm gonna roll yet. Both of my friends are making demon hunters. Alright, who's still aggro to me? Hi, Gorn.
Hi, Greenhorn. As you can see, the colony is quite a small place. You can't help bumping into people all the time.
Okay.
I'm looking for a magic focus. It must be somewhere in this area.
The thing you're looking for might be in the old ruined monastery beyond the canyon.
Cool.
See you later.
Oh, thank God. I didn't actually attack him. Yeah, they're like, hang on, finish your conversation, human. Then we will speak of violence. Yes, yes. Oh, me too, Pillars. No, it's a fantastic and brilliant idea. It has proven to work. And they also use it to not only clean up little tidbits and details of the previous expansion. Like Pandaria, we talked about this. Pandaria scored better when we reviewed it because quality of life features from the remix bled into the actual Pandaria. But also, it is just straight up fun, which is important in a video game. I know, that's shocking to say it that way. I've already flat out admitted Legion Remix. There is a lot of these things. Holy crap. Is going to include some housing stuff too. Yeah, I'm dead. Wow! Holy crap. Nobody will miss the mission table. If they get rid of that completely, that is a lot of negatives removed to the review. I'm just saying. That's an interesting question, Spartan. I'm gonna say it's better. No, that's not quite fair. Worse? No, that's not fair either. I'm gonna say it's better, but more irritating. Let's put it that way. That's a good way to put it. F11's combat is boring. This game's combat is janky. Different problems. Like, one of the major problems, you probably didn't even tell there, but one of the major problems I was having was targeting the correct thing I was trying to actually target. And that was the issue I was running into. Because you can only target, you can only do damage to the thing you currently have targeted. Alright, let's see. What am I doing here? FF's 11 combat might be janky. I have a difficult time actually targeting anything in that game. And I've yet to experience anything that isn't auto-attack.
Hello!
What are you doing here?
Oh, I'm trying to track down an old legend.
Okay, blah, 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 blah. Please come with me.
We could go on together.
Good idea. This area is crowded with snappers. When they're on their own, they're no problem for an experienced hunter. Most of the time, they hunt in packs, though. A pack can even tear the cleverest sword fighter to pieces.
No.
So we'll go together?
Okay, but before we cross this log, I'd like to examine the canyon. I'd like to know what's at my back. Come with me. I've discovered a path which will take us there.
Okay. I killed all the mobs up ahead. You're welcome, by the way. Which WoW expansion ended the most satisfyingly for me? Yeah, I think I'm going to leave it to Pandaria, followed closely by Dragonflight. BC's was good, Wrath's was good, Kata's was bad, Pandaria's was good, Warlord's was awful, Legion's was not good. BFA's just kind of was absent. Shadowlands' was trash, as is befitting. Dragonflight's was good, and then War Within's...
That's what I call luck. Apparently, this used to be a storage cave. Why don't you take the lead now? I just wanted to make sure that we won't be surprised on our return trip.
If you're talking about the last raid cutscene, that's a different question, Mr. Floyd, because Dragonflight ended on a very lengthy, extended interactive cutscene. As we, as they set up the new life, the new world tree, and we talked with basically every NPC in the entire game to that point. Had multiple little interactions and quests. We spent like a couple hours there doing all that stuff. That also then led into Eridicron and what the hell he's doing. That's still a dangling thread, by the way. And the future hint of what's going on with Xalatath. Also, if we're talking about like just the way the whole expansion ended, Dragonflight thematically ended pretty awesomely, I think. A lot of status quo changes for a lot of groups, a lot of people. The Dragonflights themselves being different, multiple new aspects or changed aspects, a different approach to how aspects work in general, different approach to the Dragonkin, re-embracing more of Dragonkind, blah, 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 blah. There's a lot of good things there. What didn't I like about Legion's ending? Your crusade! Yes! Oh! And in addition to the nonsense overacting, There are a couple other issues with Legion's ending. That hurt. I have a cut on my thumb, and I just squeezed it accidentally. That hurt like hell. The biggest things I didn't like about Legion's ending. I lost the dude. I lost the dude. Also, the Avengers moment is certainly eyebrow-raising, and I'm not trying to defend that. However, from a lore perspective, it was actually kind of interesting, because it was a retcon in-universe. It was more like we learned something we never knew before, if that makes any sense the way I phrased that. Because up until then, we'd always assumed that the Titans had granted them their power, had granted them the aspectral power. And then Azeroth gave it back to them, and to new people as well. Now, yes, I know Azeroth is a Titan, but still, that's interesting that she's even capable of doing that. Where is this dude? Whatever. So, sorry, Legion. The other two things I didn't like about Legion's ending is, A, the sword. You know, the thing we still haven't done anything with yet. Which just... yeah, what the... exactly. And... I didn't like what they were doing with the beginnings of the HVA stuff in Silithus, I think is how I will phrase that. I did, Esmira Star. For those of you not aware, Exil's reach will now take you to level 70. And you can go through Dragonflight, and the story has been connected, so now you can just quest through Dragonflight. Do all the quests and see story versions of the bosses because they're backporting story mode to the raids.
This damn gate. They say nobody in the colony has ever been able to open it. The little beasts over there seem to be the only ones who have managed to get into the inner yard.
Okay. Well, not yet, J. Palmer. No. But they are backporting story mode to Dragonflight. There's also going to be a catch you up on the Story of War Within option for people who weren't there live, which you might think that's dumb and that's a waste of resources until you consider that 10 years from now, a brand new player in WoW will be able to see the Story of War Within. So. Do I have to transform into a meat bug to do this? I mean, there's like 3 separate things here that are indicating that. I'll actually give the quest this. There's bugs here. There's a visible hole here. He says the bugs are the only things that get past that, and they just gave us a scroll of this. So, whatever. We're just gonna grab this, and hopefully we have the we have no mana. Of course we have no mana. Why would we have mana? Not making me cast stuff, game. Nope. Hang on. Nope, 4 is correct. Perfect. I have joined my true form. How do I unform? Oh god, this is just my life now. Help, Blue Wind, I'm stuck. I'm a bug. Oh god, I'm actually stuck. I'm actually stuck. Okay. Ah, there we go. Okay. Open the frickin' door, dude. Open the door? Okay. Okay, so apparently we have actually soft-locked the game. That's apparently a known bug. Good to know. If you try to interact with the door as a bug, it causes a bug. Suppose it's right there on the tin. No, this game definitely has more soul than Fable. And that is an insult, to be clear. Let's save now that we're past bug land here. Literally and figuratively. I should probably get him to join me for this fight. I'm not invincible. I still don't have my frickin' armor.
You actually managed to open the gate. That spell of yours was real clever.
And on we go. Come on.
Honestly, I'm not going to loot at this point. I think we're officially past the point where I care about looting. Gorn, actually, Mr. Ed. His name's Gorn. And now you understand Pillars of Steel. That's why I mentioned my comment earlier. Not that anyone responded to me, really, but I really do think that a modern version of this game, just, you know, polish over a lot of the interface and mechanical issues, but otherwise, like, keep the meat content the same, would actually sell quite well and probably be pretty well received. It is, if nothing else, unique. Where are we going? Cave, caves. Let's get dark out. I mean, I have no interest in the setting, and no interest in the story, but I wouldn't say I hate it. It's just typical Eastern European stuff, which I just have an aversion to. Everything is awful, forever the end. Yeah, it's Texas. Exactly. Death is a good thing. Oh, absolutely, Richfield. I actually mentioned that earlier. Oblivion, which gets a lot of praise for having the exact same system, admittedly a more advanced version of it, but whatever, came out, what, 5 years after this? Something like that? Morrowind didn't even have that. Morrowind came out after this. Hello. I'll loot you. Why not? It's a mole rat spell, sure. Money, you can always use money. Oh, and there's the focus.
So you found your magic artifact.
Yeah, I have to take the focus to the Magicians of Water. They need it.
I'll accompany you for a while.
Sure. You gonna try and kill me? More transform scrolls. Yeah, so, okay. Low-hanging fruit, but I do actually think this game has better graphics than the FF11 content I have seen so far. In other words, the launch content. Frankly, the launch content of FF11 does not look very good at all. It looks like exactly what it is. An early PS2 game made by people who were rushed, had no idea what they were doing, and were told to copy EverQuest. Okay, I'm waiting for the mistake part here with her. Oh, hello. Let's back up save here. It's me. Actually, I agree with that, Mr. Red. EverQuest has many, many, many flaws to it graphically. I was hoping for Gorn. Gorn, you gonna join me for this fight? EverQuest has many, many flaws to it graphically, but you know one thing it does a lot with its horrible, aged, pixelated crap? It is stylized. The forest looks like a big, green, blurry mess, but there's actual color usage. Gorn, where are you? He got stuck in the door. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come on. Over here. He's... There you go. There you go. Good boy. Good boy. It's funny you say that, because I am constantly comparing FF11 to Asheron's Call. They're very, very, very different games. AC, similar to Gothic, was trying to be an incredibly different game. It is very non-standard in both gameplay and story. It's hard to do a direct comparison as a result of that. Having said that, I would say that AC at its height would probably outperform FF11 up to a certain point.
Oh, hell! What monster's that over there?
Oh, where did that come from?
Looks like one of those virtually invincible trolls, only smaller. Whatever. If we want to get out of here, we have to get past that beast.
Well, let's do it. And once again, save in the backup save here. Yeah, Sandoria is pathetic, to be as blunt about that as I can. And honestly, I was streaming a little bit of Windhurst to my friend. Whoa, whoa there, buddy. Whoa there. Damn it! I couldn't leave the menu quickly enough. But yeah, I was streaming Windhurst, and you think, Windhurst isn't too bad, right? No, they thought Windhurst was actually even worse than Sandoria. It looks like every other generic, dirty grassland place in the entire universe. Like, it doesn't even look like what Windhurst is probably trying to look like. I'll take that for experience. Thanks, Gorn.
That was hard work.
Yeah, we defeated that monster. But that was just a young troll.
Then you'd rather not bump into its parents, huh?
Yeah, we already killed them.
This is where we go our separate ways. I want to stay here for a while and have a look around. But I'm sure we'll meet again. See you later, my friend.
That is pathetic, Spartan. I do agree. Ooh, troll skin. Okay, let's top off. God, we're at the point where a potion isn't even like a quarter of my health. Okay, 2 down, 2 to go, I believe. No, I'm sorry, I didn't see your question, Jay Palmer. I saw Elizar's question, but I didn't have a good answer for Elizar. Oh man, the English voice acting is so bad. Sometimes it's absolutely hilarious, and then sometimes it's not. Yeah, we were comparing this to Daggerfall earlier. A little smaller, but you know. Oh, that's a good question, Jay Palmer. The truthful answer is I'm not sure. The problem is we have this weird situation where we don't really know a lot of specifics about the Titans. I have a feeling the next expansion, whose name is The Last Titan, will go a little bit more in depth into that. Just a impression I get. That's my best guess. I don't think Azeroth is a Titan. That's my best guess. Yeah, I can't think of a modern game that vibes like this. I'm trying to think of... Because there's a whole category of games that are... I'm trying to think how to say this without sounding like it's an insult, because I don't mean it as an insult. Give me a minute. Let me think about this. Games, let's ignore the jank for a second. There's a whole category of games that are intended to be more, surpassed rather than played. Where the game itself is actually the thing that you're defeating rather than an enemy within it or a character or whatever. A lot of those games tend to be simulation games, but there's quite a few RPGs like that as well. You know, where in order to, say, make a bow, what you have to do is you have to go to town, talk to the right person, get the skill trained, get the necessary materials, get your hatchet, go out to the woods, gather some branches by using the hatchet on the branches specifically, not on the rest of the bush, because then you just get the log at the center of the bush. Use those to carve those down into hatchets so you can make those down into little notches so you can then add the steel, which requires you to go back into town or go to the mine yourself and purchase it yourself in order to get the necessary metal, in order to smelt that down into something usable, and then go find an actual molder or a pre-existing thing that molds, I'm not sure what the word is for that, casing, in order to make the actual arrows, at which point you need to go make twine, which is going to involve actually harvesting your own and wrapping that into ropes, which is going to take some time, and using that to then attach the arrowheads to the arrows so you can have some to the shafts, excuse me, so you can actually have proper arrows. And at that point you have arrows, but you still don't have a bow, so you're gonna have to get some string in order to get the bow working. Now, you can use the previous string you used, but it doesn't have quite the right tang to it. So you have to find something else like gut, so you have to go find someone who knows how to do that. You have to get a carving knife. To get a carving knife, you're gonna have to go into town in order to either purchase one, that's gonna be expensive as hell, or what you could do is you could go figure out how to make your own carving knife with the extra metal you have left over from making the arrowheads that you just used, and then you could go and actually make the carving knife in order to go out and find the creatures in order to gut them, and then get their guts in order to make the bow, or make the string in order to go on the bow. At that point, you finally can go start looking for the specific type of wood, and it has to be a specific type of wood in order to actually carve this. I'm not making this example up, by the way. In order to carve the wood, in order to make it the right type of wood for the right elasticity, so that it actually has the right thing, and then you attach it to the thing and hope you get the skill check right. Because if you don't, you have to do a lot of those steps all over again, and then finally you have a bow, and then you have arrows, and then you have to equip the arrows into the arrow slot. You have to equip the bow into the bow slot. You have to make sure the bow and arrows are connected to each other. You have to make sure you're doing a ranged attack with the arrows, not with the bow, and then you can go ahead and shoot someone with a bow and arrow. And that is an entire type of game. Yeah, I actually made this reference earlier. I mentioned throwing the bow. That wasn't actually a made-up reference. I have played that RPG. Don't ask me the name. I don't remember it. It was something and something was the name. It was like blank and blank was the name of it. And there are plenty of those games nowadays, and there's plenty of market for those kind of games. And obviously there's a gradient. There's a gradient of exactly how pedantic those games get. But there's definitely a market for it. No, not Mountain Blade. Although that is leaning in that direction. But not that far. Okay, where am I going? Hang on. I don't have a hammer. This should be interesting. It is super not Might and Magic. Might and Magic is not that obtuse. I've played Might and Magic. 8, actually. And 3, I want to say. And 10. 10 sucked. Now, how many brownie points did I just get amongst the hardcore RPG crowd? Bonus points. How many did I lose just now? That's true. Huthor's right. You're right. You got me. I mean, I played worse games. Does that count? That's praise. That's like praise, right? Gothic. I have played worse. I've played worse RPGs. I'll even go down to the genre. Ain't that the truth? Okay, you know what? You know what? Hang on. Since I am right here, can I just say it? Yeah, I did. I don't actually know what Iron Tower is. Hello, Seidel dear. Iron Tower Studios? Ah. Yes, I have played Age of Decadence and Colony Ship. I have some depressing ass games for you. I have seen some people say this is better than Daggerfall. I don't know. It has been since Daggerfall was new since I've played Daggerfall, and yeah, as you might imagine, that was a freaking long time ago. Hello, cat. How are you? That is good to know. Would you like all the food? Well, he didn't say anything. No food for him. What's a Thame Perk, Ross? Okay, we're gonna stop trying to do that. I hope it wasn't too horrible to go through, Salder. I've also heard some people say this is better than Oblivion. That one I'm gonna push back against a little.
Hey, you!
Who?
What's up?
Me?
No, your grandmother. Who else could I mean?
Yep, that sure was some voice acting. We've actually already talked to him. Okay, so we're going this way now. I think it's really hard to tell where I am on this stupid map. Now, if you tell me this is better than Skyrim, maybe? I don't know. I love how every time we cast, we shrug, like, yeah. Not you. That is not what I was expecting to fight here. Oh my god, I can't target the thing attacking me. They like to back up, and they're attacking me in a pack. Perfect. This is a good thing that's happening here. And we're dead. Okay. Okay. I mean, that is actually possible, Spartan. Doubt it, but it is possible. No, you know the one I'm actually curious about, because I can tell you right now, Skyrim's probably going to score worse than Oblivion. In fact, we already have a guess on the books. I forget what it is, don't ask me, but someone did the math of exactly what Skyrim's score is probably going to be, and they're probably right. It was Kira Whitenoise did that. But Morrowind, that's the one I'm really curious how it's going to score. Because that one could go any given way. And I have no idea. Arena? Arena would be trash. Morrowind has good elements alongside jank and bad elements. Arena is just a garbo. I don't have anything good to say about Arena. Okay, so come on back. Come on back. Come on back. Hell, even Daggerfall has several cool roleplay-y, world-buildy, you know, immersive world things to it. And no, I don't mean the map size. Arena? No. There's nothing good about Arena. I'm not even sure it's possible to get Arena running on a modern system. Maybe someday we'll cover that just literally for completion's sake, just to cover all the Elder Scrolls games. But I am not in a hurry. Yeah, I think the Neverwinter Nights mob people take tips from your players, so there. I meant getting them streamable. Oh, jeez. Sorry. These freaking orc dogs are awful. Pack animals in a game designed around 1v1 combat, where targeting means letting go of the button, the action button, hitting the action button, and then praying that you target the thing you're actually wanting to target. Nobody knows Battlespire or Redguard even exists, so I feel comfortable never playing those. By the way, I've never played those games, and you know what? I'm okay with those never coming out, or never being played by me. That's not some big hole in my personal gameplay lexicon, you know? Alt? Jesus, that's even worse. But we have just rescued Minthara in Act 2. We have met Kenthric Thorn, and we're on our way to do the Mausoleum. And so it's like Mausoleum and then Finale, and that's all that's left in Act 2. Why am I looting? None of this is going to be worth a damn to me at this point. Look at this. Pickaxes, beer, and a torch. This was not worth my time. Get me out of here. I've reached... Every RPG reaches this point. With very, very, very few exceptions. Every RPG reaches the point where you become a loot stop. And you just start leaving loot on the ground because, mathematically, it has stopped being worth your time. So I look at that, I'm like, eh. Although, actually, I don't have any moss. So for the sake of getting something I don't have, I'll go and loot the moss. But like that, no, I'm good. Hey, Roland. Whoop. I have never covered the Baldur's Gate series to any substance, and I never will, actually. I'm thinking, but why, Lord? Why? Well, you see, several reasons. First of all, I hate Baldur's Gate 1. Second of all, I hate playing Baldur's Gate 2. Third of all, I actually tried to get the enhanced versions of both games working recently because we were going to do a co-op playthrough of those, me and my friends. And they were so buggy that the games would crash upon virtually any interaction with the game. And when I say any interaction, I mean looting something would crash the game. Opening my inventory would crash the game. Entering combat would crash the game. Jesus Christ, okay. That's... yeah, so the game was completely unplayable. Those are the Steam versions, not the originals. Now, I understand that they're on the Switch and I could get them playable there, but I kinda don't care. So, those games are hard veto. I ain't never playing that crap. Alright. That's true. If I really wanted to, Valerian, sorry, this is going to sound more sarcastic than it means. Apologies. If I ever really wanted to play Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, I could. If I ever wanted to stream them, I could. There are ways. There's fan patches, and there's mods, and there's all kinds of stuff, and I kind of just don't care that much. I'm sorry. I was never a big fan of those games. I liked Baldur's Gate 2's story, but all of my stories, my gameplay stories from that game, are about how much I hated the experience of actually playing it. I'm gonna just try to run. You know what? I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna run. Let's see what happens. I will also say the schedule thing is, to my knowledge, this is the second game historically to have this kind of NPC schedule-y thing. You know, again, the thing that Oblivion would later popularize and plenty of games would use afterwards, but they did some good stuff with this here. I sure hope I'm going the right way, because I have no idea where I'm going. Yeah, that's another thing. I don't want to sound unkind, but I have a rule when it comes to my show. That if I have to jump through too many hoops of third-party programs or fan patches or whatever to get a game playable, so I'm almost positive I just went the wrong way, then the answer is no. Because there are many, 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 many games in the world, and I have other stuff to do. You know what I mean? I make exceptions for that for games that are historically significant or relevant or part of the thing. Basically asterisks, right? Exceptions are exceptions. This game right here is one of those exceptions. I am running 4 separate fan patches right now in order to get this game into acceptable format. I think I want to go that way, I think. It is really hard to tell where I am here. Occasionally push-ups, but not always. It looks like I want to go up. Yeah, that's why Fallout 4 has drifted onto the veto list. And we'll see with Fallout London. Listen, we must have true fitness. Only balance can give us true fitness. Okay. So I don't know where I'm going is part of the problem here. Yeah, bit by bit. So there's something I call the streamability gap. It's games that are hard to get running on modern machines. It has to do with all sorts of things, like how games literally rendered things into 3 dimensions, or whether or not games could handle certain resolutions, or whether games even acknowledge the concept of windowed mode, stuff like that, right? The streamability gap has actually been closing inch by inch over the years, as more and more emulation and more remasters and more ports get pushed forward. And in some cases, fan patches. But the streamability gap still exists. There are several PS2 games and GameCube games and Xbox games which are still technically vetoed, simply because I just can't get a hold of a copy of the frickin' game. Okay. I think I'm going the right way. I think. And yep, bridge. That's what I want. Pretty sure. I'm not actually 100% sure. Why are all PS3 games vetoed? So that's actually a very good question. What it boils down to is PS3 games are a colossal pain in the ass to get a hold of and then stream. Both of those things are irritating to do. I put up with it for the last of the Ratchet & Clank series, and that was a multi-hour, arduous aggravation test from hell. And after putting up with that, I said, okay, well, this is it. I'm not doing this ever again. My life is too limited, my time too precious to waste on trying to get PS3 games functional. So the PS3 has entered the veto range. Now the good news is all PS3 games already on the list are staying on the list, obviously. And I have copies of those. I'm going to stream them, blah, blah, blah. And I don't think there's many PS3 games people want me to stream that aren't already on the list. So I don't feel particularly bad about closing that particular door. Good, Saldir. Blops 1 is on the PC push-ups. This better be. If they take a Call of Duty off the PC, something's gone wrong somewhere. Okay, where am I going here? Somewhere over here-ish. Sure, let's try fighting something that I don't have the right damage type for. Oh, I can't hit that at all. Look at that. 0 damage. 0 damage. Yep, okay, cool. They are irritating to get a hold of, and they're getting harder to get a hold of, but there's no. So yes is actually the answer to that. Really, Huthor? Wow. Mind me. And yeah, the fact that you can do this is kind of cool, right? The fact that I can just be like, no, I'm good.
Hey, what are you doing here?
I came here by order of the Magicians of Water. I'm looking for magical artifacts, so-called focus stones.
You're looking for the focus stones? You're really brave.
Satyrus and the other magicians from the new camp want to use it to detonate the barrier in order to free us from this imprisonment.
I'll believe that when I see it with my own eyes.
I feel the same, but tell me, why did you come here?
I'm weighing up if it's worthwhile paying a visit to the mountain fort. You know, there is a document I'd like to get. On the other hand, it's quite risky to go in there.
This document you're looking for, what is it?
Many years ago, the lord of this area lived in this mountain fort. He controlled the land and the mines. Like any other aristocrat, he had, of course, a document to verify his tenure. And I'll get this document.
But as long as we're being kept in here by the barrier, it won't be worth anything.
That's right. But if the water mages manage to destroy the barrier, the document might become quite valuable again.
How did you manage to get past that living mountain?
I've learned a lot from the gurus. Their magic can be really helpful.
We could have a look around the fort together.
That's a good idea. You go first. I'll stay near you.
We haven't used bow and arrow yet. I can't wait to see how this works out. Oh wow, that is doing no damage. I mean, that makes sense. I have, like, no skill and it's a terrible guy. Control's alright, I guess. Ish. I've seen worse bow and arrow controls. Actually, yes, Ross. In fact, I watched the movie repeatedly. Looks like it's auto-aim if you can target them. Makes sense, a lot of this game operates like that. What's copyright? So, I don't actually know why, but there is a constant that copyright lawyers just did not enforce copyright laws the same way back in the day. Those are harpies. The guide mentions I need bludgeoning weapon for that, which I don't have any bludgeoning weapons right now. I never got a hammer. Of course. I apologize for the noise you're about to hear. I mean, Disney has demonstrably made copyright law worse. And Nintendo made patent law worse. So we can blame both of them more or less equally. Sorry. God, the kids come with lungs now? The best part is we're about to fight some skeletons, and I don't have bludgeoning damage. So I'm not sure how this is going to go. Okay, they do take slashing damage. Just not a lot. Thank God. I was actually worried about that. Worst sound. Actually, I do have worst sound design if you want to nominate that. As a reminder, you can type !LGA to get to that. Imagine I'm using a spear. Ha! Don't worry, it could possibly be worse. Right, Mr. Red. Wait, a magic system that works? Sorry, I'm not into magic systems that actually work. I prefer obtuse garbage, thank you very much. If I see a bludgeoning weapon, I will totally hold on to it, but I actually haven't even found one yet. I'll take some mana potions, though. I believe that's what we call a meme answer. Generally speaking, when it comes to trimming the list, I actually delete meme answers like that. So I'm probably going to delete that when we get there. Just as a heads up. Brandon Sanderson. I know that, Brandon. We had so much sex back in the day. It was terrible sex, of course. Truly. I don't know where to take this joke. I have no idea who that is. Never heard of that person. They're apparently a writer. I'll take your word on it. Apparently they are a good writer, according to Lord Harrimont. Ugh. No, Ross, he is not. Do you think Patrick Rothfuss is ever going to finish his books? Book, excuse me, singular. Did you know he actually just straight up bans anybody from his streams if anybody asks about it now? I get why, on the one hand. Like, it is actually extremely irritating to be asked the same questions over and over. Trust me. But First of all, if you don't have that kind of a skin for that kind of a thing, maybe you shouldn't be streaming as a public figure. And second of all, it really has been a really long time. And he really has been just mum on the whole situation for years. It was a joke that he wasn't going to finish it years ago. Like nigh into a decade.
I'll go and have a look up there.
Yeah, I don't want to say Rothfuss is a terrible person, but he does run a very sketchy charity. Or did. I don't know where we're at that time. I know I haven't looked into it at all. It's a shame because he is one of the best D&D players I've ever seen in my life. And I mean that. He is intelligent. He knows how to think laterally around a situation. He knows how to make the scene more interesting instead of just focusing on winning, which is always great in a D&D player. He is willing to accept losses if it makes for more interesting storytelling. He is entertaining as hell. I honestly think he is a better D&D player than he is a writer. It is very frustrating, considering. Hang on. I mean, Gurm is probably set for life financially. And at that point, as weird as it sounds, what's the hurry? Right? Like, you did it. You made the winning move. You might as well enjoy it. Okay. Like, I know that sounds strange and probably frustrating to him because waiting for his final books, but honestly, more power to him. Now, if he was honest about that, that'd be nice. Just say, you know what? I'm good. Or, you know what? I'm taking my time. Or something, right? Or, you know what? Harpies sound terrible and deserve their own gameplay negatives. Oh, they've got Goblin AI. I just noticed they have Goblin AI. No, there's no way in hell, J. Palmer. Not even on the table. I was hoping to get the last focus stone so we could get on with chapter 4 tomorrow. But I appear to be stuck in hell, aka this stupid castle. See you around, J. Palmer. Hi, Lester. White. Blues, no. Easy answer. My second choice would be black. A white suit with black accents sounds even better. Black and white as a combo is quite unironically my favorite color.
Have you found anything?
The chest over there is locked. Maybe we can find the key somewhere in this fort. Have you found the document yet?
No, not yet.
Did you have a look around the library?
Yes, actually. There's the deed.
I found the document.
Hey, well done. Take these magic scrolls as a reward. With them, you'll be able to reach the focus. I'll wait for you down by the focus platform.
Okay. That does look pretty cool, Pillars of Snow. It's even got gold, which goes well with black and white. I'm sold. Done. Although I don't know what his sword looks like. Shoot. Oh my god. They came from behind. Oh my god, there's more. Oh my god, there's more, and it's a dead end. No! No! This freaking game. Nope, 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 nope. I don't understand the statement, Uthor. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. I mean, they say it differently in Warcraft 3 if you actually pay attention to it. Okay, so where's this stupid thing? Oh, it's just further up. Where's this damn thing? We're working on it, Ben. We really are. Okay. Yeah, that took me a second, Uther, because I was trying to listen to it in my head, and it's like, are they saying end justified means? I guess they are. It makes sense, considering they're banelings. Flying banelings, which I suppose makes them scourge, but whatever. The archetype is a baneling, and so it shall remain. Oh god, I don't know, Spartan. So what the Harpies do is they find young, impressionable males, humans, and then they implant their eggs in them. I'm gonna stop there. Nope. Alright, you assholes. I know you're there. Lovely people, really. God, why? Well, I'll take the money. And run, obviously. Where the hell... Okay. This isn't that big of a place. Surely if I just keep roaming blindly, I'll actually find where I'm going. I should have just followed Lester. He's apparently going to the focusing stone wherever he went. Is it like up? That's the tower I was just in. There's not that many other places, are there? Oops, whatever. Listen, if there's one thing I know about fans of a work, is that they are the worst representations of that work. Representations? It's like temptations, but, you know, similar. Okay. So this is where we came in. Yeah, And this is where we fought some stuff. That's where the switch was. That's where the chest was. Okay. Yep, there's the secret room. There's an empty... Where the goddamn hell? God damn it.
Look. Looks like the focus you're looking for is up there.
Where?
Right. Looks like a focus platform. It's not that easy to reach it.
Where? I don't even see it. Also, I noticed the harpies just spawned their thanks game. Wow. Congrats, Liquid. Okay, I'm just gonna trust you on this name I keep probably mispronouncing. Because I still don't see where the damn thing is. I even have a guide telling me, you need telekinesis for it. It's like, where? So we're just gonna go back up. And then up, I believe, one more time. It's one or two times. Or 0 or 1 times, right? And I'm just, okay, hang on, let's just save the game. And let's just cast telekinesis. Let's see what happens. And, okay, nope, that's okay. I actually have a Ring of Magic, which I can equip here. Which I can't equip here, because I have to unequip first. Don't be silly. Okay, now. I apparently need to target it with the spell. Okay. Okay, I can do that. Maybe, if I can find the damn thing. I'm gonna feel so stupid. I haven't seen this thing once. I feel like I'm just blind today. the statues. There it is. God damn. Okay, I found it. Not a jump. Nope, not that spell. There it is. Good God. Okay, loot it, loot it, loot it. No, no, no! God, forever. It's okay. I think I actually know where it is. I think. I'll laugh if I actually did lose it. It's okay. I saved before I did all that. Oh my God, Evo, help me, please. I've been stuck in this fortress for so long. I don't know what joy tastes like anymore. I have no hope. There is no point in living. I should kill myself immediately, because there is no point in anything. Okay. Got the frickin' gem. The best part is I was wrong. There's actually one more gem, so we still aren't starting Chapter 4. I mean, we'll start Chapter 4. It's like... Ugh. We'll do that tomorrow. I'm gonna chop off here and try not to hate myself for a minute. See y'all.